I'll speak. Chair. It's 10 o'clock, Chair.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the full council meeting and our budget meeting. Before we start the meeting, may I inform members, officers and the public that we are not expecting a fire drill today, but in the event of a fire alarm ringing, please do not exit via the lifts, but use the stairs, one of the main fire exit at either end of the chamber or the public gallery. I would also politely ask that you turn off your mobile phones and any other electronic devices or switch them to silent. I don't really want that. Please feel free, because every time your mobile goes or your laptop, I would ask for a kind donation of £10 to the Chairman's Charity Teamwork Trust, and I would like to thank all those whose mobiles have gone off, because including raffles and everything else, the pot at the moment stands at round about £900. So please bring it up to 1,000. I dare you. So thank you. I would now like to welcome members of the public as well, and those who want to speak. And I would like to formally open the Budget Council meeting. We do have a large agenda today, so I would also be grateful if all contributions can be concise and that the various time limits for the speeches are respected. Before moving on to the formal agenda, can I clarify that for all items, apart from approval of the minutes, where a vote is required to be taken, this will be undertaken using the electronic voting devices. I would also like to remind all members that should they leave the chamber during the debate of any items, they should satisfy themselves that they have heard enough of the debate to vote in an instructive manner. Furthermore, due to the amount of the business on the agenda, it is important that when we do break, that councillors return to the meeting at the allotted time in order that we can promptly recommend the meeting. I anticipate that we may, unless we are very quick this morning, that we may have a lunch break. So I also understand that Councillor Lee desperately wants to be at the lectern to deliver the alternative budget. I have consented to that, okay? So please, later on, when you deliver your budget, you may go to the lectern like the portfolio holder does. So with that, may we turn to agenda item 1. Apologies. Do I have any apologies? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. Got apologies from Councillor Watt, Allabone, Jelly, Ty, Pentland, Bone, Scott Brown, Currell, Deering, Eakin, Jenny, Lavelle, Pandey, Waters, Powell, O'Hara and Llewell. Thank you very much. Councillor Keane.
Yeah, hi, Chair. It's actually
sorry.
Councillor Riley. So
Councillor, I've had in my minutes here, Councillor Keane.
So we've got a couple of lates first. So we've got Councillor Watt, Councillor Cahoon and Councillor Pengelly. They will be arriving shortly. A few absences. We've got Councillor Peter McEwen, Alison Darzell, Councillor Valerie Hanslow, Elliot Prentice and Councillor Sims.
Thank you very much, and my apologies because my paper was wrong. I see Councillor Fedorovich isn't there. Is there any member of the Green group?
No. Through you, Chair, yeah. Apologies from all 3 members of the Green Alliance, Emily Fedorovich, Des Dell and Sarah Tubbs. Thank you.
Okay. We weren't quite sure whether Councillor Griffith was going to be present. Councillor Griffith?
I'm present. Councillor Ken Harrington is on holiday, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think we all should, after the budget meeting, we all should go on a holiday for a little while. Are there any other apologies that we've received?
None, Chair.
Thank you very much. So with that, agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest that councillors wish to make related to any of the items discussed today? I take it there are no declarations of interest from anybody. Okay. Then we move on to item 3, which is Chair's announcements. So First of all, I would like to advise you that the process for this budget meeting is set out in the pre-budget letter that was sent to all of us, but I would like to draw particular attention to the following points. For each of the 3 budget debates, the mover of the motion shall have 25 minutes to speak. The mover of an amendment shall have up to 10 minutes to speak. Seconders of both motions and amendments shall have up to 5 minutes to speak. All other speakers shall have the usual up to 3 minutes to speak on each motion and amendment, and I will time it because we have a lot of business to get through. Unless otherwise agreed, group amendments to each report will be taken en bloc. The final vote on item 7, Budget 2025-26 and Medium-Term Financial Plan, which includes the Council Tax Resolution, is required by statute to be a recorded vote and will automatically be recorded as such in the minutes of the meeting. And before we move on to the next one, there is a suspension of the guillotine to avoid any disruption later to the flow of the meeting. Please may I see a mover and a seconder to suspend Procedure Rule 10.1, the guillotine, and agree to close the meeting at the conclusion of all business on the agenda. May I see a mover? That's Councillor Marks and Councillor Bundy. Thank you. So I take Councillor Marks as the mover and Councillor Bundy as the seconder, if that is okay. Do I have your agreement to that? Could you show that by hand, please? I think that is quite clear. Thank you very much. Before I go on to the minutes, I would like to advise that although it's got nothing to do with the budget, we have had a very successful month as chairman and my consort. And yesterday and Monday, we have visited our waste depots very early in the morning at 6 and 6:30 in the morning, which was great. And it was very nice to see the positiveness of our waste and to be able to say thank you. I know it's been done by many, many others as well, but I felt it was right for me to go around. I missed the opportunity in December because I wasn't available to go with officers to say thank you. And tomorrow morning we will be in Corby to visit the team, the ground cleansing team, and so on there as well. And so they do some fantastic work, and I promised them when I left that I was going to mention it at the full council, so I know it's not ordinary. But with that, agenda item 4, minutes of the... You okay? £5? I told you before, I use every opportunity. The next item are the minutes of the meetings held on the 5th of December 24 and the extraordinary meeting held on the 9th of January 25. Are there any issues in relation to the accuracy of the minutes? I take that as a no. I would like to move the minutes of the council meeting held on the 5th of December 24 and those of the extraordinary meeting held on the 9th of January 25. Please may I see a seconder to that? Don't fall over at once. Anybody seconding? Councillor Brackenbury, David Brackenbury, thank you very much. All in favour, please show. That is carried. Thank you. Then we go to agenda item 5, public participation. We have received 2 requests from members of the public to read out a prepared statement. A copy of the statements has been circulated yesterday to you. Please may I see Mr. Chris Ashton to read his statement, and you have 3 minutes. If you go to the lectern, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me time to speak today. You're all deciding the future of North Northamptonshire, and I'm glad to be able to have a say. As part of the government budget, North Northamptonshire has been promised £3.28 million to go towards road repairs. It is important that this money is spent effectively and does not go down the drain as temporary fix. Patchwork repairs will work for some roads, but many need full resurfaces. These roads have been put on the back burner due to not having the funding for full resurfaces. With the extra funding from the government, this could be the perfect time to ensure that these extra roads, where people will not have to drive dangerously to avoid potholes that can be as effective as landmines at putting cars off the road. The people of North Northamptonshire seek assurance from Councillor Nicholl that the money will be spent in a smart and effective way, with clear details provided as to how this 3.28 million will be utilised, unless he can only promise that the roads will not get any better under the current council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashton. Could I please ask you to leave to go to the public gallery? I think you're already on your way. Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind contribution. Please, may I now see Mr. Chris Stanborough to read his statement, and you also have 3 minutes.
Am I on? No, that's better. 3 minutes isn't a very long time when it's the only opportunity today for a member of the public to speak on all the items on your agenda. It really makes it look like you aren't very interested in what the public have to say about the budget. At corporate scrutiny on the 27th of January, the chair's foreword to the budget scrutiny report stated, "The report thoroughly examines the council's draft budget for 25-26. At that meeting, I suggested that it was not possible to thoroughly examine the budget because the information published by the council was not sufficiently detailed enough to allow such a thorough examination. It turns out the members of the scrutiny panel agreed with me because they had asked for and been given a lot of extra information and detail that members of the public have not been allowed to see. This council needs to start trusting the public and being transparent with them about the budget. Meaningful consultation requires meaningful information. At the Budget Executive meeting on 6th of February, I highlighted the changes to the way minimum revenue provision, MRP, was to be calculated, something that will save the council £5 million per year every year, a saving that could have been achieved in year one of the council's existence, but which has been left till 25-26, year 5. This means that over £20 million has been spent on MRP in years 1 to 4, which could have been spent on something else, fixing potholes, vitally needed SEND provision, building council houses, addressing homelessness. There's a long list of much better ways to spend that £20 million. It need not have been spent on MRP. The Conservatives chose not to spend council taxpayers in one of those many better ways. At that executive, it was announced that the council, after 4 years, has finally managed to produce a draft housing strategy for consultation. In the meantime, every year, there has been millions of pounds set aside in the capital programme to build council houses. They have not been built. The number of council-owned dwellings has gone down over the last 4 years. It's hard to avoid concluding that the Conservatives are not serious about providing the council housing we desperately need. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Stanborough, for your contribution, and I would invite you also to move to the public gallery. Thank you very much. With that, we turn to item 6, the political balance on council committees. May I see Councillor Jason Smithers to present and move the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. This report we'll all be rather familiar with, the consideration of political balance at the recent extraordinary full council meeting on the 9th of January this year. The council must allocate seats on committee and subcommittees as set out in accordance with the provisions of the Local Government Housing Act of 1989. The report sets out the revised political balance of the council's committee since it was last reported to the council on the 9th of January 25. This following the removal of Councillor Matthew Binley from the Conservative group and who now sits an unaligned independent. The recommendation asks the council to approve the revised allocation of seats for the committees and recognises political groups. This is done in accordance with the statutory proportionality requirements and the Constitution, and the allocations are set out in Appendix A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smithers. Thank you. And please may I see Councillor Helen Howell to second the item, unless you reserve your right to speak to the end.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I propose to second the item and do reserve the right to speak should I need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I don't have anybody wanting to speak on this item. So we would... Okay, Councillor Howell. Councillor Smithers? Anything else to add? Okay, then I put it to the vote. Can we please have the electronic system activated, and you have 30 seconds to
The vote has now commenced.
vote.
There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote has now ended. The results are as follows: 43 for, 0 against, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendation is therefore carried. We turn to agenda item 7, the budget 2025 and medium-term financial plan. May I see Councillor Lloyd Bundy to move the report and come to the lectern. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier this month, the Executive agreed to propose this budget to full Council today. North Northamptonshire Council has bold aspirations. The Council is committed to delivering the Big 50 vision for North Northamptonshire, and our budget plays an important role in this, along with that of our partners. Much of what we do is governed by statute, and in setting this budget, we must be mindful of those obligations. This budget touches every resident and visitor of North Northamptonshire. We have a responsibility to deliver services that are not always at the forefront of many of our residents' minds. Whether it be care for the elderly or hospital discharge, highways or home-to-school transport, rough sleeping or housing and keyways, disability facilities or ongoing home care, safeguarding of our children or SEND provision. The list is absolutely endless. All these are relied upon by residents within North Northamptonshire. Services that we are relied upon to deliver. All are seeing increased pressures. All are seeing a growth in demand. All at a time where we are seeing our economy stagnate. But these pressures are not unique to North Northamptonshire. Up and down the country, councils are finding it harder to deliver the services that their residents need. More than 4 in 5 CCN members say that they are now in a worse financial position than before the autumn budget or financial settlement. Almost 3 say the service reductions are now to be severe. More than half of the councils are more likely to cut services in adult social care. Half say they are more likely to have to reduce eligibility for adult social care and school transport. Earlier this year, one leading politician said, "This financial year remains extremely challenging for councils of all types who now face having to increase council tax bills to bring in desperately needed funding next year, yet could still be forced to make further cuts to services. We remain clear to government that it is now not the answer to meeting the long-term pressures facing high-demand national services. Stable fiscal monitoring and management has and must continue to be a key foundation upon which this council is built. And I am proud for the 5th consecutive year I can present another balanced budget that protects frontline services and does not rely on this council's general fund reserves. North Northamptonshire Council employs over 3,000 committed staff. We also make a major contribution towards the local economy, with a budget that in its entirety represents spending, investment and capital expenditure well in excess of £1 billion. This budget once more underpins the 6 priorities of North Northants Council's corporate plan. Helping to lead active, fulfilled lives, building better, brighter futures, developing safe and thriving places, creating a green, sustainable environment, building connected communities, and developing modern public services. As I have already said, we are an incredibly diverse organisation. This report sets out the revenue budget for 25-26 and the medium-term financial plan for North Northamptonshire Council. The draft General Fund budget proposals were presented to the Executive on December the 19th, and in January I reported upon the proposed government finance settlement, which was published on the 18th of December, and these proposals were laid before Parliament earlier this month. Engaging our local communities in our future plans is important to us, and this budget was subject to consultation that concluded on the 24th of January, the results of which are included at Appendix E. And may I take this opportunity to thank everyone that took part and took time to contribute. During the consultation period, the draft budget has been scrutinised by the Corporate Scrutiny Committee by Directorate, and their observations are at Appendix G. And again, I would like to extend my gratitude to all those who sat on and contributed to our scrutiny process. The Revenue Budget 25-26 and Medium-Term Financial Plan form part of the full suite of budget reports being presented to Council today. These include the Housing Revenue Account budget for 25-26, the Capital Strategy, Capital Programme 25-26 to 28-29, and the Treasury Management Strategy. We have 5 main income sources: council tax, business rates, government grants, fees and charges, and where necessary, the use of reserves. It is important that this council does everything possible to maintain and grow local resources that are within their control. Core spending power measures the core revenue funding available for local authorities' services in the local government financial settlement. The core spending power has increased nationally by 6%, but some authorities have fared better than others. Unfortunately, as I reported to the Executive, we have not done as well as we had expected, and we have had to make adjustments from the budget consulted on downward by £1.2 million. This has been offset by an improved projection on business rates growth and a review of the original inflationary assumptions on our waste management contract. This proposed budget includes a balanced general fund budget for the 5th consecutive year with a net spend of in excess of £400 million, which excludes the dedicated schools grant. In line with the commitments made in our corporate plan, this budget demonstrates continued investment in frontline services. We made a commitment to help people live healthier, more active, independent and fulfilled lives, as well as care for our young people, providing them with the opportunities to help them flourish. Adult social care and children's services form the majority of our further investment of £51.6 million, helping to protect and improve vital services to our most vulnerable people. This investment, in part, is funded by savings and efficiencies and income generation of £26.3 million. This includes the continuation of savings already included as part of the 25-26 medium-term financial plan, which remain deliverable, with the remainder being met through improved business rates income, council tax income and government grants. The government financial statement is predicated upon councils increasing council tax by the referendum maximum. This is an increase of 2.99% for the core council tax and 2% for the adult social care precept. This results in a new Band D equivalent council tax of £1,827.06, an average weekly increase of £1.67. Most properties in North Northants are in bands A and B, which equates to £1.11 and £1.30 respectively. And as 95% of councils have opted to increase their council tax by the minimum, and some have been allowed and given dispensation to increase by more, North Northants should remain in the bottom third of precepting authorities. Council tax is not only our second largest source of funding, it is also the most stable form of income that this council has. The council tax resolution for 25-26, which is a statutory requirement, is included in this report at Appendix K. I am pleased to confirm that there will be no change to the local council tax support scheme, which will remain at 25%. To be clear, those residents who are in receipt of local council tax support pay 25%. As we all know, we live in uncertain times. The proposed budget therefore includes a contingency to mitigate against unforeseen cost pressures totalling £2.6 million. This is equivalent to 0.65% of the council's net budget and will be used to meet any risks around the wider economy and increased in demand in our services. One of the council's key commitments is to deliver modern public services, and we will continue to explore more ways to improve our customers' experience. The proposed budget will make prudent use of reserves to support one-off investment in service improvement, fund time-limited projects, pump prime schemes, and help manage risk in-year and across future years. Our reserve strategy is outlined at Appendix D of this report. We have some reserves that are earmarked for specific things. Our general fund reserve stands at £23.4 million to meet forthcoming events where the precise date and amounts required cannot be accurately predicted. But as I remind members at every opportunity, you can only spend reserves once, and sufficient plans should always be in place as to how reserves will be replenished. Northamptonshire has benefited well under the present business rates retention scheme due to an above-average increase in business growth across its area. We are expecting government to announce a business rates reset in the next financial year, which could have significant impact on our income in future years. So officers will continue to seek efficiencies to help address the budget requirements from 26-27 and into future years. The Dedicated Schools Grant is a ring-fenced grant allocated to the authority by the government to support a range of educational-related services. We have predicted an indicative settlement of £427.2 million. The pressure and risks that children education pose on this council are not insignificant, predominantly in the rise in special education needs and disability demands. Appendix C sets out the details of our Dedicated Schools Grant. The table at 5.3 sets out the budget for 25-26 and the medium-term financial plan to 2029, which clearly shows that we must continue our transformation journey to close the budget gap in future years. The local government peer review last year stated that the budget and fiscal responsibility should be owned by each council's directorate, which is something that I have been championing from day one. And I am proud that we have an executive and directorate that are committed to this aim. This authority borrows and invests substantial sums of money and is therefore exposed to financial risks, including the loss of invested funds and the revenue effect of changing interest rates. The successful identification, monitoring and control of financial risks are therefore central to this authority's prudent financial management. Treasury management is the management of the authority's cash flows, borrowing and investments, and the associated risks. This council now reports quarterly to the executive on its treasury management, and Appendix H sets out the council's treasury management strategy. The government, in its policy statement on the 28th of November 2024, reconfirmed the extension of the flexible use of capital receipt scheme to 31st of March 2030, also removing the restrictions which in respect of redundancy costs imposed from April 2022 that limited the use of flexibility statutory redundancy costs only. We have updated our strategy accordingly, and a list of eligible projects is listed at 5.1 of Appendix J. A budget of this magnitude will always carry risk. One of the major risks is going to be that of our demand-led services, and another is the increase in employers' national insurance contributions. Even though NNC has received notification as part of the final settlement, a contribution of £2.6 million, it will have unintended consequences on our suppliers, partners and service providers, and this will inevitably lead to pressures that could ultimately affect the cost of the services that we deliver, in particular adult social care. As I said earlier, we must continue our transformation journey and continue at pace. This budget is balanced and achieved by not affecting our frontline services or the reliance on reserves. This budget allows this council to continue to deliver the ambitious commitments we have made to everyone who make North Northamptonshire their home and a place to work. And Chair, I'm happy to propose this budget to this council.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Bundy. And I think we all owe an enormous amount to our officers, and under the careful guidance of our 151 officer, for her wonderful work and the work of the whole team. Can I ask for another round of applause, please? So with that, can I see Councillor Wendy Brackenbury to second the report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very happy to be able to second the report, and I reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much. With that, can I see a seconder for the Labour Group amendment, please? Sorry, we are discussing it first, sorry. Can I see Councillor Unley to move the Labour Group amendments, and you may go to the lectern.
Madam Chair, fellow councillors and residents of North Northants, today we convene for our annual budget ritual, as predictable as potholes after a frost and as delicately balanced as this council's financial blueprint. The executive claims that the budget is balanced. Indeed, kudos to our finance officers for making the numbers align, meticulously calculating how to cover our statutory services while financing the 538 million legacy debt from the North Hants County Council's bankruptcy in 2018. But if by balance they mean higher council tax, slashed services, and increasingly tough times ahead, then sure, it balances. However, it does so on the backs of working families, struggling communities, and the most vulnerable among us. This budget imposes a 4.99% council tax increase, the maximum allowed without a referendum. A report published this week by the Resolution Foundation, an independent think tank, found that council tax is consuming an ever greater share of income from the poorest households, despite receiving fewer services, longer waiting times, and mounting frustrations. Frustrations over potholes and short-lived road repairs. The level of street cleaning has dropped, and there are more instances of fly tipping and littering. New developments are built and our population is growing quickly, but there is a shortage of proactive planning of infrastructure, such as primary health services. There is a worrying shortage of school places and scent provision, causing anxiety for many families. Broken promises on car parking charges force Kettering and Corby drivers to subsidise free parking elsewhere, a classic case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Our one and only council-managed art gallery has been shut for 4 years, rendering our cultural scene as vibrant as a monochrome painting. We lack a strategic relationship with Arts Council England. At £1.80 per person in Arts Council funding for 23-24, North Northants lags significantly behind the national average of £12.16, resulting in a 3.7 million annual funding chasm. The Council's relationship with town and parish councils is decidedly frosty, following a belated letter sent in the last 10 days regarding grass mowing charges, too late for most parish councils to adjust their precepts accordingly. All in all, we notice a disengagement from our residents, which is apparent from the lack of engagement with the consultation for this budget. Only a few dozen residents replied to the consultation. Now to our amendments. We have 2 amendments. The first amendment, to allocate £200,000 in this 25-26 budget to a feasibility study into developing a new swimming pool in Kettering, replacing the existing obsolete facility. The Council's leisure facility strategy presented to the Executive last month, January this year, highlighted that Kettering's pool is at the end of its life, plagued by a leaking roof and drainage issues in the changing areas. A feasibility study is indeed planned in that strategy, but only within 2 to 4 years. This amendment will accelerate the study to 25-26, allowing more time to secure funding for the new pool. Regular swimming saves the NHS and social care system over £357 million annually. Expecting Kettering residents to travel elsewhere is unsustainable, potentially generating 43 tonnes of CO2 emissions by 2031, so much for net zero. The feasibility study will provide critical insights to shape the Council's broader leisure strategy, ensuring an evidence-based approach to investment in swimming facilities across North Northamptonshire. And the additional funding required is minimal, just £40,000 from the contingency fund, on top of the £160,000 from the government settlement received over and above the amount that we expected. I trust all councillors recognise the importance of this proposal and will support it. The second amendment, we propose hiring 2 additional enforcement officers, one for waste education and enforcement, and one for planning enforcement. In March 2021, the Council adopted a shiny new enforcement policy, amended in August 21. According to this policy, the Council will monitor the number of planning enforcement cases satisfactorily resolved and report these regularly to the relevant planning committee. 4 years later, no such reports are sent to planning committees, and over 800 planning enforcement cases remain unresolved. The default approach is to overlook breaches unless they significantly impact numerous residents. But what happens when conditions are not enforced? Neglected planning rules embolden unscrupulous developers, leading to situations like the illegal and hazardous jobs yard flats in Meeting Lane, Kettering, a town centre blight for 4 years now. Efforts to demolish the building have been stymied by a lack of officers, causing repeated delays. A dedicated planning enforcement officer would signal that this council means business, valuing our county and residents' safety enough to enforce our policies. The waste enforcement officer would educate businesses and households on proper disposal and recycling. Waste is a growing concern. Furthermore, we need to build up expertise on how to deal with issues such as recycling precious metals and lithium batteries, and to manage the facilities for it to protect our environment. But let's be clear, this isn't about playing the punitive parent, it's about stopping the litterbugs before they strike. Our proposed officer will tackle fly tipping head-on because, frankly, with the current level of fly tipping, inaction is not an option. Anyone returning from a trip abroad becomes even more painfully aware that there is nothing normal about the level of litter in our streets, and the situation has reached crisis point. Waste management requires concerted efforts, and adding a dedicated officer is precisely what we need. So, the £140,000 investment covering 2 members of staff and equipment like mobile cameras to catch fly tippers in the act is a small price to pay for urban and rural harmony. This would come from our contingency budget. It's an investment in our urban, spatial and natural environment that is worth the extra expenditure. I believe that this amendment would find broad support among our residents, and I hope that you can support it. And Madam Chair, I'm asking for a separate vote on those 2 amendments, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're in time. You had 2 minutes to spare, so well timed. Could I please see a seconder for the Labour Group amendments? And you have 5 minutes.
I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
You reserve the right to speak. Okay. With that, we may debate. Are there any comments from anybody on the Labour budget? Councillor Hakewill is the first one.
Thank you, Chairman. I am fully prepared to support both of these amendments. Firstly, as a family who, for our heritage, lived in Kettering for a very long time, I was even a councillor, and I'm sure some of those will smile, when the existing pool was opened in 1994. It is appalling that we spend £300,000 on Chester Farm in the middle of the field, in the middle of nowhere, and yet in our largest town, where we have a lot of the deprivation and other things that we are concerned about, we spend nothing on our swimming pool. It is really appalling that this administration takes on vanity projects before valuable projects for the community. There are all sorts of options that could be taken. We had a swimming pool at the Kettering Leisure Village, but because of the nature of its construction, it wasn't sustainable. But there's an opportunity there and in other places to do that. So I'm fully supportive of the people of Kettering, of the Labour resolution. It's sad that there's no resolution in the Conservatives' budget to do something similar so that it didn't have to be an amendment. On enforcement, it is an appalling situation because there are members in this room who pass planning applications with the comfort of conditions. You pass the application, we'll put conditions on. With no enforcement, those conditions are meaningless. And it's misrepresenting to the community who may leave a planning meeting thinking, well, that's all right, I didn't like it, but they're going to put a condition on one thing or another. In my ward, now nearly 2 years ago, an unauthorised travellers site was set up. We went to appeal. The parish council raised £100,000 to be a Section 6 individual application at the appeal. 2 years on, zilch, nothing. Just lots of information coming out. Well, I say lots of information. I've been excluded from the information that has been coming out on this particular travellers site and what has been going on, specifically excluded. I think that's against the Constitution, but you sometimes give up the will to actually pursue that. So not enforcing is not an option. We need to staff that enforcement role and we need to enforce planning conditions, and where things are wrong, we need to do something about it. Not just sit and look.
Councillor Hakewill, you're coming to the end of your 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Thank you for your valid contribution. And if there's any concern from your side relating to being excluded and something being against the Constitution, may I please ask you to see the monitoring officer for guidance. Thank you very much. Councillor Smithers, You're the next one to speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I find myself in a very strange position. I agree with Councillor Hakewell on one point that he's just made about the Loddington site. Absolutely agree with you, and I'm happy to have a conversation later about that if he so wishes to do so. But what I want to do is come back to this amended motion, the amended budget. This bit of paper. And we talk about having a ritual of budget. It's in our calendar. We do it every year. But this is not a ritual. This is months and months and months of hard work. And what I want to ask you lot over there is, why can't you come to us with a sensible hat on and say, this is what we want? We could have encompassed this in here if need be. Not to come in at the last minute with uncosted things and then bleat on about debts that the county council have left, which majority of PFI debts that were left were negotiated under the Labour administration at that county council. So don't sit there throwing those stones at us. You talk about job opportunities in the area. We're working hard to do some of that stuff. You talk about Jobs Yard in Kettering. That's not down to lack of our officers being lazy, being whatever it is you said. It's down to a legal process, and we all know what happens to councils if we don't follow due process. We end up with an abuse of power thing, and we have to deal with it. So please don't talk about officers in such a way that is not very fair to them, because they can't defend themselves in here. I mean, you mentioned so many things in your speech, Councillor Lee, and you talk about health inequalities and so on, and health in the area generally. Your own government has just postponed the rebuilding of the hospital. I mean, what commitment do you, as a local and a national party, have to the residents of North Northants? None whatsoever. So don't come in here telling us that we're not doing things right. Employers' national insurance, what impact's that having on this budget? Clearly, lots. So, inflation, again, upwards it goes, doesn't it? Budget's not working out very well for the central government. And then cultural fund. We've been told that we can't have that £5 million to invest in leisure, cultural facilities like swimming pools and nice areas. So it's hypocritical for you to sit there bleating on about Kettering swimming pool. We know that Kettering swimming pool needs work, and we're working towards doing that. Potholing. Well, 147 million cancelled from the HS2 funding pot. We haven't got that, have we, from government either? So you bleat on about the roads and so on. And to say that, you know, it's like the effect of a landmine on a car, it's pretty poor taste, if you ask me. But that's what we expect from you guys, I guess. So anyway, so you clearly kicked the can down the road regarding the hospital. You've turned your backs on the old people within our society, and we're not keeping them warm in the winter. And all over this, you know, it looks like the Labour group has been taking lessons from Rachel from accounts, because look at that, compared to this. Come on.
Thank you for your contribution, Councillor Smithers. The next one is Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you very much. And, you know, come on, Councillor Smithers. You know, give us a bit of due. How many of those 40 hospitals have been built? Oh, yes, one. So don't give us a lot of spiel about the hospitals. We've got something costed and timetabled in. So, you know, please do not think just because you've dilly-dallied over the last 4 years over it, that you can keep throwing things back at us. I'm in support of these motions, amendments to the budget, because it's the swimming pool stops the postcode lottery. You know, we all deserve to have good quality. Are we having one meeting or two? Yeah. It stops that postcode lottery. Everybody should have the ability to have good services, good facilities. And you're just going to be spending more money putting together that crumbling network, the roofs, the changing rooms. That's not good budget costings, you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buckingham, your 3 minutes were just about coming up. Perfect timing. The next one is Councillor David Brackenbury.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning, everybody. Well, what a bleak picture was painted by Councillor Lee just now of the budget. You know, all the potholes and fly tipping and, you know, SEND provision, and I think colleagues will remember the amount of SEND provision that has been provided under this administration. And all the various other bleak things that were being pointed out by our friends in the Labour group. And this is what they've come up with. They've come up with an alternative budget. Well, that's good. I understand. You know, but it covers two areas, two specific areas. £200,000 for a feasibility study, not for a swimming pool, but for a feasibility study. Okay, well, fine. And this idea of £140,000 for 2 additional officers for enforcement. I don't think there's a person in the room who disagrees that enforcement's important. Of course it is, either in planning or anything else. If you set the rules, then people should obey those rules. And I do take Councillor Hakewell's point that planning conditions should be enforced. But we actually have there's no need to allocate additional resource for a team that is already working, that closes 475 cases from December 2023 to December 24, and is working hard to address the backlog. We don't need to spend reserves employing another permanent officer, because we'll be spending the same again next year and the year after and the year after. It isn't necessary. Is this really is that all that the Labour group can come up with? Is that all that's wrong with the budget? And they will otherwise enthusiastically support the budget that's before us. Two items for a swimming pool and enforcement, and the small matter of their own proposal for a conversion of a large town centre building to residential flats. Well, I know that Jobs Yard is not probably a goer in this area, but that was a difficult matter. Jobs Yard. It's not really a matter for this budget. We're working very hard on Jobs Yard, and as the leader says, we are going through the proper legal process that we are mandated to do. And if somebody on the other side declines to engage with that legal process, we still have to follow that due process.
You've got 20 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair. So basically, it's not really an alternative budget. It's a couple of uncosted amendments which really make very little difference to the papers in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brackenbury. Councillor John McGee is the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Isn't it nice of the leader to mention the national government, your government, who for over a decade cut local government by 60%. We couldn't deliver anything. And Councillor Brackenbury says it's bleak. It's bleak out there because you've been running it for 5 years. That's why it's bleak. And under your own council, North Northants County Council, he's went bankrupt. And you lot were sitting there when it happened. And now you're saying you can't do it. Chair, I'll speak through you because they get upset when they hear the truth over there, so they do.
Councillor McGee, I think it belongs to all sides, that feeling.
I'll do my best, Chair. You know, if they can understand and take responsibility for their failures, it'll be a lot easier. We do need officers in planning, and all we get is excuses, Councillor Brackenbury, we have enough officers. Our frontline officers are the hardest working staff I've ever known anywhere in an organisation I've been involved with. But there's not enough of them. You're failing them. You're putting them under pressure where they're trying to do their job as well as they can, but they don't have the support they need. That's why we've got that in here, and that's why it'll make things better. How many houses have you built in the last 4 or 5 years since you've been here? None. All you built is the ones that were already put forward by the old councils. Yous haven't had done anything. You've got no innovation, and you don't think about the area for the future of it and how well we can support our residents. So this is actually costed by your officers. To say it's uncosted is a lie. It's costed by the officers, and it's a lie to say it's not been costed. So, Chair, these are straightforward things. Why Kettering deserves a decent swimming pool? How long have you been here? You could have done it by now. If you really wanted to do it, you could have found a way to do it by now. But you don't. You don't care enough about Kettering. We care, and we want to make that difference. So these are straightforward, costed proposals, and they should be backed.
Very well said. Well said.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. You even had 1 minute left. The next one is Councillor Lee Wilkes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually going to speak until some of the opposition started speaking. It is grossly unfair. It seems to be par for the course for some opposition members to have a go, constantly have a go at hard-working officers, as if they aren't doing a job because they know that the officers can't stand up, they're not allowed to stand up and defend themselves. I sit here and listen to one of the members opposite complain that the planning enforcement team don't do anything. He says, well, we all agree these planning applications.
What is your point of order, please?
At no point has anybody said the planning officers haven't been doing their job. At no point has anybody on this side been criticising officers. Sir,
it's a point of clarification.
So can we just be clear about what we're saying, all right?
Yep, thank you. Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you, Chair. So to be totally clear what I'm saying, the member officer said that we are all happy to pass these planning applications with conditions, but that those conditions aren't enforced by officers. That was the exact phrasing. Don't think this. I can understand Councillor O'Reilly being confused, but that was what was said. I'm sure we can all listen back. And I'm standing up to defend the officers because there were 485 enforcement cases brought in the last 12 months. Hard-working officers dealt and resolved and closed 475 of those. 475 out of 485. That is not officers not doing their job. So it's a shame that officers can't stand up and defend themselves, but sometimes we have to do it for them. It's a shame we have to do it. When it comes to the alternative proposal about the planning officers, and I speak now as chair of the Planning Improvement Board, and of course that's a cross-party board, so all parties are represented. At item 7.2, it states that the council reserves we need to use council reserves for additional planning enforcement officers. But Councillor Lee, and I apologise here because I know there's an awful lot of paper comes to all of us, so it is understandable that sometimes we don't all read or take in all the papers that are distributed. And as the Planning Enforcement Board, we'll try and get that information out more often and repeat it so that people can take it in. But the Planning Enforcement Board, of course, have been looking at enforcement. We've spent 6 months doing this. The council have been advertising for a head of development and enforcement since December last year. So those adverts are out there. We've all seen those. And in addition, NNC have already recruited. We're talking about an alternative budget because we need to recruit more officers. If that had come 6 months ago, Councillor Lee, I would have said it absolutely right. But of course, in those 6 months, we've done it. So we've recruited the extra officers. We have them now. And we've taken on additional staff just simply to look at the backlog of enforcement cases. And we have introduced an apprenticeship scheme to bring up our own internally. So 6 months ago, I would have agreed. But of course, we're just 6 months out of date. We've done some of this stuff. On top of all of that, the Planning Improvement Board, because there is such a backlog of enforcement cases, have agreed actually to prioritise all spare resources at looking at the backlog of enforcement
Councillor
cases.
Wills, could you please come to the end?
I've finished, Chair,
given
just
you
by
40
saying,
seconds more for the...
I've finished just by saying there's £140,000 spent, but we've already done it. So there's just some confusion.
Thank you. The next one to speak is Councillor Helen Howell, please.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd first like to take a bit of exception, really, to something that Councillor Hakewell said with regards to Chester House Estate and the fact that there's £300,000 goes each year to that project. That's absolutely incorrect. The money is spent through the Culture, Heritage and Tourism Business Plan, which does not impact Chester House Estate at all. Chester House Estate is self-sustainable and has been for the last 2 years. The money actually sustains the Cornerstone project. It sustains the Corby Heritage Centre that costs an absolute arm and a leg, I must say, the museum and other projects that are put on. And I would also like to say that this vanity project, as he states, can he not remember back when he was on the county council and voted for the Chester House Estate, as he says, previously Chester Farm? He voted to take that project forward. We have inherited a lot of programmes that we've had to deliver. And I might say we've delivered very successfully. And it's absolutely disrespectful to criticise a facility like that employs some of our fantastic staff and supports local businesses. So I'd just like to put that on record, Madam Chairman. As for the Kettering swimming pool, members are absolutely aware that the Active Communities Framework, including the playing pitch strategy and the facility strategy, all came to the Executive for approval very recently. As part of that, you're absolutely right. It declares that the water space in Kettering needs to increase. And it says that we should look at putting up a new facility in Kettering as and when we can. The problem with that is the funding. We all know funding is a real issue. Many of the national governing bodies are on the whole not funding these large projects anymore, and we certainly don't have circa 20-odd million pounds in any budget to put a new swimming pool up. So to ask us to put money aside, £200,000 aside, to do a feasibility study that may well sit on a shelf for so many years until we can find the funding to produce and bring forward a plan for a new swimming pool is absolutely ridiculous in my view. Surely when we've got the funding in place, we will be able to do the feasibility study and take it forward. Part of that feasibility study has already been done as part of the Active Communities Framework. And let's not forget that we've got David Lloyd coming to Hanwood Park that will increase the water space in Kettering. There are so many things going on that you really aren't aware of and you really haven't taken account
could you come to an end,
These
please?
are not costed, thank you. You haven't costed. This is all out of reserves. Our budget stands. All you can do is add on a couple of insignificant little projects that you've thought about.
Could you come to an end, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could you stand up? Sorry. Point of order is what?
I enjoy Councillor Howe's interventions and her anxiety. But
What is your point of order, please?
the point of order is in her speech. At the county council, of course, when the
Is
leader
that the
was-
point of clarification?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, please go.
Right. Councillor Howe said, I voted for Chester Farm.
Yep.
She's absolutely right. Chester Farm has mushrooms into Chester House Estate and become a vanity project. I voted to protect the old building.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Howell, what is your point, please?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Point of personal clarification here. This is not a vanity project. This is a project that we've had to take forward and make an absolute success of.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can you
The
be
abuse
please...
is not accepted here.
Councillor Riley, we have one meeting, one person speaking, and the rest of us are listening out of
Say that again,
politeness. Could we
sorry.
please have one meeting, Councillor Ryle and Councillor Howell?
Madam Chairman, I take exception, absolute exception, to Councillor Hakewell talking about vanity projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is noted. The next speaker is Councillor Mark Pengelly, please.
Yes, I wasn't going to speak on two, but then you spoke, so I thought I got to speak. Yeah, on two occasions, members of the ruling party have said that this is their report, that they've drawn it up. Brilliant. I tell you what, I'm dyslexic. It would take me months to put all this together myself. Of course, it's an officer's report. It's an officer report with some of your ideas on it. And it's a good report, so I think we've got to thank the officers. There's a lot in there that shows that this council is working with new government investment to try to make things better for the people of North Hampshire. One thing that, and Helen knows that I like, I don't think you should have called the swimming pool in Kettering insignificant. It's really important to the people of Kettering.
What is your point of clarification, please?
My point was that the feasibility study is insignificant because we don't have the funds to make
Thank you.
to do the pool. Thank you.
So what the Labour group are looking at is £200,000 to see, it's investor spend. That's what they call it, investor spend. Let's look at this money and see what's out there. There's something called the Public Works Lawns Board. Corby Borough Council have used it very successfully to build this place, to build the new swimming pool there. The public, you people say people don't like that pool. People don't like this place. It's the only place you can hold council meetings, so don't have a go at the Cube. The Cube is a great facility for Corby, and it's made Corby such a good town, the main town in North Hampshire. So let's look at what Councillor Lee's put forward in the Labour group, £200,000 to look at getting extra funding from different bodies for a new pool for Kettering. Isn't that important for the people of Kettering listening today?
Thank you, Councillor Pengelly. The next speaker I have is Councillor Paul Bell. And you may remain seated, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just listening to the debate here, and it took me back to my days as a leader, and Councillor Griffin will remember his days as a leader in Borough of Wellingborough, where the Labour Party actually seconded the budget, didn't move any amendments. If they had something like this, they would come to the party in government administration, as the leader pointed out, and have it put into the budget. There's no reason why it couldn't have been done that way. But I'm also interested in the point in the speech by the Labour spokesperson that car parking charges are in Corby and Kettering, and they're subsidising the charges in East Northampton and Wellingborough. Well, I'll tell you one thing, I will continue to fight for free car parking charges in Wellingborough, and I'm assuming for that statement that Labour proposes to introduce car parking charges.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. The next speaker is Councillor Mark Rowley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the amendment, £140,000 for an enforcement officer and a planning officer. And Councillor Lee said that the public would be really glad to see 2 extra members of staff. Sure they would. At £70,000 each? Don't think so. The other problem... Yeah. The other problem I have with this is we've heard comments from both sides saying that this is balanced budget, and well done with the officers for sorting it all out, which I also echo. But this is for the budget, this year's budget and the medium-term budget that is currently presented as balanced. This doesn't make it balanced. £140,000 for this financial year. Where's the money coming from in the medium term? Is this a one-year deal? So there are effectively agency staff, which I hear very often of we don't want agency staff, they cost too much. In terms of the feasibility study for the Kettering swimming pool, we're using £40,000 as the contingency budget, fair enough. £160,000 is of the government funding settlement, which is balanced in the budget. So I'd like to know from Councillor Lee what cuts she's taking from this budget, because it seems to be missing from this report, to balance the 160,000. It's got to come from somewhere. What cuts are Labour proposing but not actually advertising? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. The next one is Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm interested in the first item on this. I spent nearly a quarter of a century as a consultant going around various places, helping out government departments, local authorities and so forth. And one of the first things I learned is that whenever you see a very round number, you should be suspicious, because how can you be sure it's 160? That's 4 zeros on the end. That's an extremely round number. I would immediately look at it and think, well, someone's just pulled something out of thin air. They've not actually looked into the true costing of it. I don't care who did it. That's too round a number for me to be happy to accept it. That's the first thing. Second thing is that there is indeed a problem with one of our swimming pools. One of them was flooded with sewage at one point, so it had to be closed for quite a period, and there's still stains on the wall where the sewage got to. Recently closed again for other issues, but it isn't Kettering's swimming pool, it's the splash pool in Rushton. Yet I don't see any mention here or in any speech made from that side of the chamber about Rushton. If you're going to look at a swimming pool that needs work, it's the Rushton one, not the Kettering one. So I feel that we've got Kettering-centric mindset over that side of the chamber. They don't see anything that's south of the A14. I hope that I'm wrong. I wish I am proven wrong, but it doesn't look like it.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. The next one on the list is Councillor Martin Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you. It's nice to see Councillor Paul Bell back in his place. Yes, very happy days when parties worked in the best interests of our residents and put politics to one side. My point is about where people raise points of order, Madam Chairman. If you're raising a point of order, it should be in relation to an item on the Constitution. That's what it says. There was confusion at the last meeting where I was criticised for doing something that actually wasn't in the Constitution. I wasn't doing anything wrong. But this is a case where we must stick to the rules of our Constitution, and it clearly says that if you raise a point of order, it must be in relation to item 1.56 or whatever of the Constitution. I see the monitoring officer nodding, so I know I've got it right this time. Thank you.
That's why I changed it to a point of clarification when I verified with the individual speakers and comments. So thank you very much, Councillor Griffith. I do not have any other speakers, and therefore the... sorry, just a second. Yeah. Councillor Lee has asked for the amendments to be voted on separately. Sorry. Yes, if you wish... Sorry? Your speaker is gone. Councillor Bundy, but we have now... Do you wish to...
I'd already pressed my button and it was flashing.
I also have suddenly, sometimes there's a slight delay in the screen I've got here, and I also still have Councillor Dorothy Maxwell. There was a split second where I had nothing, honestly, where I had nothing on. I'm not doing any favours for anybody. And so, Councillor Bundy, if you want to make your comments, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I take exception to Councillor Lee's comment about slashed services. We have no slashed services. We have safeguarded the services of this council. And, you know, as I say, that is there, that is documented. That is what our officers are telling us. So going on from that, you've got plenty of criticism of what we've done wrong, but you haven't actually stated any solutions as to what you would do to actually put it right. But let's look at the government settlement figure of £160,000. We actually, in the recovery grant, we actually estimated we would get £3.4 million and we got zero. And the government's argument for us not getting any money was because our core spending was over the 3% that was actually told. The government said that if you or your authority had a core spending power of over 3%, you would not get the money. So that's great, because Birmingham had 9% core spending power. They got £40 million. And I would suggest to you that that's got nothing to do with core spending, that's got nothing to do with deprivation or anything, that's got more to do with the colour of their voters.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Dorothy Maxwell. Could we have one meeting, please?
political parties.
Sorry, I have 2 ears only, and if there are other persons
Sorry,
talking...
yes, he said that the colour of the voters, what he means is the colour of the political parties.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Maxwell. Could we have one meeting, please?
I'm pleased that the Household Support Fund that we have continued to give for free lunches during the school holidays. However, the implications are that this funding could not continue beyond 2026. I hope that we are able to carry on with this funding and holiday vouchers as they're a lifeline for families. Moving on page 381, I was pleased...
Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Maxwell, are you sure you're commenting on the budget and the medium-term financial plan? I think you're too early.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Councillor Matkeen is the next one as the seconder.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you to the officers who have worked tirelessly on this budget. Councillors, when Labour ran Corby Council, we had a proven track record of active communities and amazing leisure facilities. You only have to look at the success of Corby East Midlands International Swimming Pool. Our leisure facilities have played a crucial role in keeping people active, providing opportunities for young and old alike to enjoy sports, fitness and recreational activities. When they ran the county, they twice bankrupted the council, and it's our residents that are still paying this to this day. It's your lack of ambition, lack of enforcement, and lack of oversight. How many improvement boards have we been forced to set up? I just want to respond about Kettering General Hospital as well. We have finally given a costed, realistic timeline to deliver this project after years of unfunded, empty promises and dither and delay from your party. Those of you willing to face the ballot box will see what happens. In recent times, it's undeniable that Kettering has faced challenges, from challenges at KLV, the library, to a deep need for regeneration and improvement. One of our most pressing concerns is the state of the swimming pool there. For many years, it's served Kettering, offering a space for exercise, swimming lessons, and even competitive sports. But let's be honest, it's no longer fit for purpose. The facilities are outdated, maintenance costs are rising, and the experience it offers simply does not match modern standards. We should not be content with subpar leisure services when we know that a thriving, healthy community relies on access to quality spaces for fitness and recreation, especially when other areas are the jewel in our crown, the ones that you inherited from Corby Borough Council. But it's clear that you have no desire to deliver this. David Lloyd membership, £130 a month. How are our residents going to afford that? Look at their priorities. They're in a different world to our residents. Chester House is okay, but no pool for Kettering. The question we must now ask is, can we afford to replace Kettering swimming pool? And more importantly, can we afford not to? A new swimming pool and improved leisure services could be a catalyst for broader regeneration, bringing life back to our town centre that has suffered from neglect. Better facilities mean more visitors, increased local spending, and a boost to businesses that rely on footfall. It also means a healthier population with improved opportunities for physical activity and mental well-being. The truth is, Kettering cannot afford to stand still. If we want to reverse the decline, we must invest in projects that benefit our residents, both now and in the future. Other towns have successfully transformed their leisure services, and there's no reason why we cannot do the same in Kettering. So let's not accept decay and decline as inevitable. Let's push for change, push for investment, and push for a vision that puts the needs of our community first. A new swimming pool for a town that deserves better. Our second amendment left. The enforcement of planning and waste management regulations in North Northamptonshire are important. Our growth and prosperity hinges on our commitment to uphold proper standards, ensure a balance between development and environmental stewardship. Planning regulations are the blueprint of sustainable development. They ensure that growth aligns with our community needs and preserves the character of our towns and villages. Unfortunately, breaches of these regulations can undermine this balance. Common violations include unauthorised building works, changes in land without use of permission, and non-compliance with approved plans or conditions. Such infractions do not only disrupt community harmony, but can also lead to safety concerns and environmental degradation. We now have to have an unwavering commitment to enforcing planning and waste management regulations. Together, through enforcement and active community engagement, we can foster a region that thrives sustainably and remains a source of pride for our residents. I don't understand why you don't want to support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keane. The final one is now Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Hickwell, thank you for your support. You're right, not enforcing is not an option. Councillor Smithers, these amendments were costed by officers. That's why we get round figures, you know. Right, the only defence you seem to have is to refer to national policies. We are here to talk about North Northants Council. Councillor Brackenbury, okay, we only put 2 amendments forward under this particular item of the budget. We know you will reject them anyway. We don't want to be here still at midnight. The enforcement, I don't know where Councillor Wilkes gets his figures from, but I needed to ask for a meeting with the head of place just to get a letter sent, one letter sent to a resident who was breaching planning regulations. It's not true that all these cases are actually being dealt with. They're not. Letters are not being sent unless it affects a large number of residents. Jobs Yard, the meeting at the end of June in the High Court, the hearing, it had to be postponed for another 3 months, apparently, because we hadn't applied for the warrant we needed to apply for. Are we getting the right legal advice? There's something not happening right there. Then Helen Howell funding. Well, it's in your own, this research, it was actually a suggestion in your strategy here to develop the existing feasibility study in the next 2 to 4 years. I mean, if you want to have the money ready before you even consider doing things, why then did the Conservative government promise a new Kettering General Hospital? Because the money clearly wasn't there. Mark, Councillor Rowley, you're
One
not...
meeting, please.
Councillor Rowley, you're not mentioning the swimming pool as a Kettering councillor. The Kettering councillor is actually very quiet about the swimming pool. That's firmly noted by residents. We are still recruiting new people. We will recruit a family hub, a manager for the family hubs, because we consider the family hubs as important. So we are still recruiting new officers. And the news, Councillor Bundy, saying that the £160,000 that was extra in the government settlement, that came from the finance officer. So you need to take that up with him.
You have 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. That's everything I wanted to say. It's clear that whatever amendment we propose, they're not going to support us anyway. So we realise, but that's the charade we go through each year.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Yeah. Can I have a seconder for your request to have the individual votes to be taken on your amendment, i.e. for the feasibility study for the new Kettering swimming pool, to be taken to a vote? And I take it then Councillor Keane is seconded. Okay. With that, the electronic votes will be started only on the amendment of the Labour group and the first item, the feasibility study for a new Kettering swimming pool, and the estimated cost of £200,000 from the general fund. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, are we having a separate vote? That wasn't clear to us. We are.
I have said
okay,
that I thought it was quite clear when I said that we are taking them separately. Okay. Can we start the electronic votes, please?
The first
Just
vote
for
has now
item
commenced.
1, the feasibility study for the new Kettering swimming pool for £200,000 feasibility study from the general fund. I can't
first vote
hear
is
you,
now-
Councillor Howell. Is that...
It's not, Madam Chairman, it's not a swimming pool, it's just a feasibility
The
study.
amendment,
Yeah,
as
that's
I
what you
said, the
said, yeah.
feasibility study for a new Kettering swimming pool amounting to the estimated cost of £200,000 from the general fund. I think it is clear. Could we have the vote starting, please?
The first vote has now commenced. What is the first vote? What did they not understand?
Could we have one meeting, please, rather than loads of different discussions? Sorry, what is the problem, Councillor Hull? We haven't voted once for it. Oh. Can we just bear with me for a second? Councillor Pengelly, could you repeat what you said? It's been moved and seconded that the vote is split into two. So just to clarify once again, the first vote, electronic vote, will be for the feasibility study for new Kettering swimming pool for £200,000 estimated cost from the general fund. We will proceed to the electronic vote like now, and that's what you should have voted for, either yes, no, against. Sorry? Yes, Councillor Brackenbury, what is your point of order, please?
Just for clarification, Madam Chair, we have already voted on the first of the Labour amendments, and the system is live for the second amendment at the moment. So, for clarity, it might be wiser, Chair, to rerun both votes, because otherwise we're not quite sure what we're doing. Thank you.
Just bear with me for a second, please. Thank you, Councillor. £10 for the Chairman's charity, please. Very well received. So, we are going to do this again, and we are going to do this separate. It's a technical glitch, so please look at your little screens, and you should have the first vote, which the first one, the feasibility study for new Kettering swimming pool at estimated cost of £200,000 from the general fund, and that's all you're voting for.
The first vote has recommenced.
Which is saying that the first Labour amendment be approved, just to be clear.
There are 10 seconds remaining. The results of the vote are as follows. 31 against, 11 for, 2 abstentions.
Thank you. With that, your first amendment falls. We now proceed to the second amendment, which is the additional planning enforcement waste enforcement officer at cost of £140,000. And that is all you're voting for.
The second
which
vote
is
has
called
now
your
commenced.
second Labour amendment to be approved or whatever.
There are 10 seconds remaining. The results of the second vote are as follows. 32 against, 11 for, 1 abstention.
Councillor Henson, I'm not quite sure why you're on the request list to speak. Did you press your speaker button by mistake? Thank you. Okay, that is 32 votes with a no, and therefore the second amendment falls. We return we return now back to the substantive report, and any councillor who may wish to speak on the report, please, you have 3 minutes and no more. So Councillor Martin Griffiths is the first one.
I have to agree with the public speaker earlier. As usual, Mr Stamborough raises some good points, in particular that this council's constitution needs to be seriously looked at if we value public participation. Oh, and by the way, Chris, I only have 3 minutes as well, so I better crack on. The increase in council tax and the various precepts are totally unacceptable and will bring further hardship to the families and communities that I represent. Remember, this council is also putting up rent to over 8,000 of its residents by 2.7%. Is it any wonder that electorate don't trust politicians, especially those watching this spectacle today? During the election campaign, Labour announced that they would freeze council tax. That was before they came up with a fictitious black hole and started sending billions of pounds of our money all over the world, whilst at the same time targeting our elderly, our small businesses and our farmers in a way that is so cruel and unfair. For thousands of families, council tax is the biggest monthly outgoing, even higher than gas or electricity. You can control the amount of energy you use, you can change tariff and switch. Council tax has to be paid, even by those 5 million residents in the UK that have shamefully been denied a democratic right to vote this spring. Thank the Lord that we have elections. I cannot support this budget on a whole range of lines, but I only have time to talk about one: the condition of our roads, which are in a perilous state. Not only do we have a two-tier care in number 10, we have our very own two-tier care, namely our highways contractor. The 2 tiers of service are average and appalling, and even our leader felt it necessary to publicly call them out a while ago. Recently, workmen travelled a long way to repair a notorious roundabout just down the road, only to discover that they didn't have enough material to do the work. And where is the thermal patching team these days? The team that was supposed to repair up to 80 potholes a day. A stretch of road that I use regularly between Pytchley and Allingbury was completely resurfaced at great expense in the autumn. The work was done without tackling the real problem, which was the runoff from fields. The road has since flooded a number of times this winter, standing water is frozen, and the surface is already badly breaking up. We need to carry out rework, or Keir need to carry out rework this spring and do so at their own expense. This council needs to renegotiate the highways contract, if necessary, with our nearest neighbours, actively scrutinise Keir's performance and penalise shoddy workmanship. I look forward to this time next year when Reform UK have presented this budget to the council. Thank you very much.
Councillor Griffiths, thank you for your contribution. And the next speaker is Councillor Smithers, and you've also got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Well, Councillor Griffiths has always been a bit of a dreamer, but we're forgiven for that. But Madam Chair, today this council sets its 5th balanced budget in a row. It sets a budget that continues investment this council is making in key areas such as highways, education, adults and children, social care, communities, housing and the environment, amongst others. A balanced budget that is achievable because of the prudent financial stewardship and performance management of this council over our term, us Conservatives here in office, and something that was praised by the local government association's peer challenge just last year. This budget has been achievable because of the savings and efficiencies that we've been able to identify and deliver. They have been delivered in line with the Conservative administration's commitment to modernise public services, just one of the key commitments we gave to everyone in Northamptonshire in our corporate plan. Since 21-22, and including the budget proposal today, we have identified and made savings and efficiencies in service delivery accounting to £92 million. This has been achieved without cuts to any of our frontline services, and it has ensured services are protected for our residents and has allowed continued investment in Northamptonshire. Although this meeting is all about looking forward and how we budget to deliver important services to our residents for the year ahead, I would be remiss of me in our last Budget Council of this term not to take the opportunity to reflect on the impact our decisions here have made to Northamptonshire since 2021. So, since 2021, we've invested, and we've included today's proposals, approximately £182.7 million to protect vital services and deliver service improvements. This includes 79.1 million in adult social care and over 27.2 million in children's services. This investment reflects our commitment to those in our communities who are the most vulnerable and are in need of our support. Since 2021, we have invested 75 million in Northamptonshire's road and infrastructure, of which 24 million, including 4.5 million contribution to the council, has been allocated to help combat potholes and improve journey times. We have made large investments in reflecting in the priorities of our residents placed on this important area. We have invested year on year in local schools amounting to 45 million, providing more school places for SEND provision. And I absolutely welcome the leadership shown by Councillor Edwards in that area with his Executive Director, Charisse, who have worked very hard. We have set out 2.6 million investment in electric vehicle infrastructure. I'd like to acknowledge Harriet Pentland, who played a big part in that, and of course now Helen Harrison, who is taking up that role now. So our investment in Thackley Green Specialist Care Centre is a clear example of where we have not only made excellent financial decisions, we've delivered greater outcomes for our residents too. By the end of this financial year, 412 people would have had access to the re-enablement provision. And as a result, this ambitious decision and investment, there has been 7.6 reduction in the number of placements seen in independent residential care provision. We've invested 4 million to support community groups, community facilities. Sorry?
You've got 1 second left.
Oh, okay. So we've invested a heck of a lot of money in the residents of Northamptonshire, and we will continue to do post the elections when this dream of reform will be gone. But it'll be a Conservative administration.
Thank you very much. You've crammed an enormous amount into your 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Thank you. I have Councillor Jim Hakewell.
Thank you, Chairman. I think one of the defining aspects of being elected is that when you put yourself up for election, you are saying, this is a budget and I'm going to see it through. Bit of irony there, isn't there, from the leader, who won't be here to see this budget through. There's more spin in this budget than you would find in a laundrette, I would suggest. It really is. A balanced budget every year that Councillor Bunday, I'm not sure whether we're allowed to talk about each other, but every year a balanced budget has been put forward, and every year the Children's Trust has exceeded that. A balanced budget is a dangerous budget. A budget which puts some money into reserves is a sensible budget in that way. As for other speakers who say he doesn't like zeros at the end of these figures, in this 416 there are multiple, so I'm assuming you'll vote against the budget on the same premise you voted against the Labour amendment. All our parish councils got a letter after they'd set their precepts. I've got one here for Cransley, where the council, who must spend more than £258.35 to mow the grass in Cransley and all of our other parishes, were offered exactly that sum, £258 to carry out their mowing, after the parish councils had set their precepts and with many who couldn't even meet to do that. I'm also exceedingly concerned that when we talk about our reserves and our capital and so on coming in, that through the media there's a lot of discussion about a significant site in Desborough called Lawrence's, and I hereby call for a public inquiry into the way that Lawrence's site has been dealt with over the last 20 years. We really are in a very strange situation in terms of this particular budget. If you then go to page 86, and I tried this at the executive, but no one could manage it. Page 86, the reserve strategy in the portfolio holder says, oh, we haven't dipped into reserves. Page 86 says that our minimum should be 5%, our maximum 10% of the net revenue budget. And we are on 6% at the very bottom. And we only have to go a few millimetres to be actually sapping into our reserves. All those councils that have subsequently declared a Section 114 When the report comes out, it talks about using reserves. It is unsustainable, and it is spin that we're hearing here today. In scrutiny, not a single member of the public got to talk to any of us about their views on this budget. Not a single member.
You've got 10 seconds left.
Not a single member. And at the county council, we did invite members of the public. I won't vote for this budget. It's rubbish.
Thank you, Councillor Hakewill. The next one is Councillor John McGee.
Thank you, Chair. It was nice to hear the only member of the forum speaking there, wasn't it? That who are just old Tories that are scared of losing their seat and they'll jump into a reform seat. That's sort of reform, isn't it, unfortunately? And I hope people out there understand that they're just Tories, that's all. Chair, this budget, I sat and listened to Councillor Bundy up there. You know, I've heard many budgets, and this must be the most boringest budget I've ever heard in my life. I never heard anything but innovation. I never heard anything about vision for the people of North Northants. I never heard one single thing that people can grasp at if they're watching this and say, oh, that's going to make a difference in my life. Never heard anything like that. And that's a great, great shame, isn't it, Chair? Unlike us, there's no vision over there. And we've got no vision on housing, building houses. We suggested it should. Unlike Labour, we suggested that. There's no vision in sorting out the horrific potholes in this North Northants area. We've suggested we should do that. Labour suggested how we could do it. There's no vision in sorting out all the planning issues we have across this area. We had a vision for that, ignored as usual. There is no vision in helping our young people who have got a very high level of fear of crime. Not one thing mentioned that we could do about that. You had an opportunity here as a party to try and get elected to make a difference to the people of North Northamptonshire. We have said what we will do. We've said how we can do that. You've said nothing. It's a poor budget. I nearly fell asleep while I was up there. If you're going to read a budget out, make sure people know about it, the things that are highlighted and how you'll make a difference to their life. You haven't done that. We did that, and that's what we'll do next year.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. And the next one is Councillor Dorothy Maxwell now.
Thank you. I am pleased to say that Stanton Cross Secondary School, that we've set aside 1.6 million for the planning stages of this new school, funded from Section 106. This September 2025, with the government's now put VAT on school fees, VAT on school dinners, these are children, and has increased national insurance on employees, example, teachers, dinner people, caretakers, office staff, etc. More children from these schools have little choice but to come to the state sector. What plans do we have in accommodating children if state schools are full? Given the chances for these children will have a massive effect on them and life-changing for the future. Are we going to accommodate them? When will Stanton Cross School be built, as well as Hanswood Park Secondary School be built? Clearly, we cannot leave these children in limbo over the government's decision. We will look after these children at any cost. But the government's at fault for this mess. Lastly, we also have business rates on private schools. We know some schools clearly are already shutting over and others to follow. Lastly, I would like to rectify that KGH was awarded 640 million in 2024. This was taken from us in July 2025. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Can we have one meeting, please? And the next speaker is Councillor Scott Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support this budget. This budget is an opportunity to further North Northants' possibilities and unlock even more potential. From my area of children's and families, I'm pleased to say we are addressing the issues facing us and developing our strategies for the needs of our children. Schools have got a huge investment in creating new places, allowing more children to get their school of choice. Working with the schools and the Academy Trusts, communication and support has never been better. Robust mechanisms have been put into place to support the schools and the children that attend. We know that children with special educational needs are increasing and showing no signs of slowing down. We are creating provisions within mainstream schools to support our children, allowing them to thrive, but also having the wraparound care that they need. We are looking to create a new special school in North Northants to support those children with extra special educational needs. We know as corporate parents what our roles are, and this budget allows us to build new children's homes within North Northants. This will allow our children, where possible, to stay within their local communities and continue with their education, in schools that they are used to, within friendships that they have formed. Going to care is traumatic enough. We must do everything possible to support our children during this mood. This budget allows us to support this. Madam Chair, you all know the fantastic work we are doing with our looked after children. You sit on the Corporate Parenting Board, and you will recall the fantastic meeting where we sat, ate pizza and listened to the children to understand their needs and desires. This was such a powerful meeting, showing us that children should and do have a voice. This budget allows us to work with all children with experience of care. We will work with other organisations to offer things like bus passes, gym memberships and other services. We are creating a drop-in club for the North for the children with experience of care, somewhere where children can go and socialise, learn new skills and talk with others facing the same issues and concerns. We are building new homes for our care leavers, supporting them as they transition from being looked after into starting out on their own. There will be homes developed and trainers to look at skills like cooking, cleaning and how to balance a budget. Perhaps, Councillor Bunday, you could help with this, as our excellent officers have yet again produced another balanced budget. Our youth provisions are going to increase. Last year we had our very first youth worker post filled, and the work that it's been doing has been outstanding. And I know Zoe, you're the only one here today, has been involved with the Youth Parliament, and this is going from strength to strength, and having attended a couple of meetings, I really do know there are some new councillors waiting in the wings. You will have seen the recent application for Youth Parliament, an amazing opportunity for our young people to be part of a national scheme. We will continue to work with our amazing volunteers that provide such valuable youth provision in North Northants, whether it be uniform organisations, faith groups, youth groups, school clubs. And this is a great opportunity to thank them all for their hard work and dedication, giving up their free time to help others. Within this budget, there is a pot to allow youth organisations to be subsidised by the council for the hiring
Councillor
of halls.
Edwards, you're over your time.
And I know this is well used and will continue to be in this budget. Early help is part of this budget as well, putting children at the heart of everything we do.
I fully endorse what you say, Councillor Edwards, because yes, indeed, I sit on the Corporate Parenting Board and I had the most amazing time sitting with some of our young people who are looked after and hearing we are, and using the Corby speech, yous are all corporate parents. Each one of us is. And we've got 540 plus young people in care in North Northamptonshire, and it is absolutely vital. We want the best for them. We want the best for our own children. We are corporate parents, so we should give the best to our looked after children as well. The next speaker is Councillor Bill Colquhoun.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I wasn't going to speak.
In that case, you can move on.
I'd just like to pick up on a couple of points, Chair. And one was the leader's almost opening remark, which asked, why did you not come to us with amendments? The reason for that, Councillor Smithers, is we do not get listened to. Anything we bring motions to full council, for example, perfectly good, logical motions that wouldn't cost anything, and just for fun, they're rejected. And that's why we don't come. Our amendments weren't costed. Yes, well, they were. They were costed by officers. Very, very good officers. We in the Labour group have a hard and fast rule. We do not ever attack officers. That was one of the first things put to me by Councillor Addison when she was deputy leader of the Old Corby Borough Council. I find this a very pedestrian, plod-along budget. Let's put this forward and we'll just plod along for another year. We want to be a bit more dynamic than that, I think. A lot of holes in it, of course. It's too big a document to go and pick every hole on it. But one other thing I would pick up, beyond the pedestrian plod-along attitude that seems to prevail, is what Councillor Griffiths mentioned. If Nigel Farage and Company Limited were to take control, we wouldn't have these problems. No, we wouldn't have these problems because everything would be sold to the rich people, probably Americans, including our NHS service, of course, and children's services. They would all go by the way anyway. Someone mentioned that reform is recycled conservatism. I wish it were. I find it far more dangerous than that. Much, much more dangerous. These people believe firmly that Thatcher was much too soft on people. Thank you, Chair.
It's got an awful lot to do with the budget, but thank you very much for your valid contribution. The next speaker is Councillor Mark Pengelly. You have got 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of years ago, I stood here and I said, by listening to the people that I represent and looking at your half-year exam, it was, you could do better, because a lot of people were saying that things weren't good enough. And I'm sorry to say that people I'm speaking to out on the streets are saying you failed them. You failed your exam, and come the election, that will be recognised. From housing, from children's services, social care, adult social care, highways, everywhere you look, things have not got better in North Northamptonshire. They've got worse. We live in a town in Corby where I went round with officers a year ago and the potholes are still there and they're even bigger. You've got a £9 million cycle route that there's been no accountability to it. And everything in this council goes down to, on highways, to one thing. The old county council rushing into a private contract with the company that was failing us anyway. The company was Kia, and 5 years ago, people weren't happy with them. And what we've done, we've gave the contract to that same company, and there's even talk where the people of the North of Hampshire will be astonished in giving them an extension to the contract. Why would you give this organisation an extension when what we're seeing is failure after failure? But what we're told by officers is that they're reaching their targets. So what were them targets that were set? And what we're going to be asking for in the next few weeks is a full scrutiny review of the Kia contract from start to finish, and also a look at that cycle route contract to see where every single penny was spent of that £9 million. What Glyn Buckingham said to us is that might even be an overspend. That was mentioned at scrutiny last week. If that's true, the public need to know why. We need to know where every single penny has been spent on that cycle route project. And so the budget, I can't support it. I think there's been a lot of work gone into it by both councillors and officers. And just on the highways contract, no, I won't say that because I've got to get personal. Just say I can't support the budget this year, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Pengelly. The next speaker is Councillor Andy Mercer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I sat through 10 or 12 long, painful meetings of scrutiny of this budget, chaired by Councillor Lynn Buckingham of the Labour opposition. The overall impression that came across was stability competence, achievement. Yes, there were minor things that we picked up and we want to look into further, but overall, having sat through some pretty bad budgets in previous decades, it wasn't a bad one. Now, one of our opponents sitting opposite me said that there was no vision, no ambition for making the changes and differences. You only want to make change and a difference if it's going to improve things. For instance, cold winters. Is that an improvement? Because the winter fuel allowance was cancelled for most people. More difficulty getting into a quality hospital because KGH upgrade has been delayed. Inflation's rising. That's a difference. Is it better? I don't think it is. PFI, which hangs over us from 20 years ago, is still festering. We're still paying extra money to various companies that took out PFI contracts, which the various councils were lent on by the Labour government to take out. Those contracts in some cases meant that the cost of what was being delivered was 400 times higher than it might have been if it had been done directly. But it was done to make a difference. It was apparently a change. Well, if that's what you call change, I don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. The next speaker is Councillor Helen Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think basically what the opposition are trying to say is they actually think this is a really good budget with not very much wrong with it, but they can't admit that. So they stand up and they say things like, this budget is full of holes, but I've got not enough time to tell you about them all. There are so many problems with this budget, but I can't go into it right now. In other words, they can't really identify anything that is particularly wrong with this budget. So they're just saying there are things wrong, but without telling us what they are. To say also that this is a pedestrian budget and totally uninnovative, as Councillor McGee and Councillor Calhoun said. That's just so much rubbish. You heard just before from Councillor Scott Edwards all the innovation that is taking place in children's services. To turn your nose up at that, to act like no changes are being made, and that services across the board are getting worse, Councillor Riley said, is absolute rubbish. And if you look at what we've delivered in adult social care since this council has been going, we delivered a project to transform our provider services. And we've seen, as Councillor Smithers, the leader, mentioned earlier on, the massive improvement in Thackley Green here in Corby and the benefit that that is delivering for our vulnerable residents, keeping them safe and well at home, making sure that when that situation is changing, we are able to help them with reablement, and that we are able to help people to step down from hospital and get back largely back into their own homes, delivered by some of our amazing officers, some sitting in here today. The idea that we are not investing to save, taking risks. It was a risk opening Thackley Green up to its full potential and staffing it at much higher levels to enable that to happen. If we'd have got that wrong, you'd been quite rightly having a go at us right now. But we didn't get it wrong. We invested money into it and we made that happen. We are innovating. And the only way we are continuing to be able to deliver services without cutting them is because we are innovating. We are producing the same level of service and better with less and less money. If that's not innovation, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Helen Howell, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So it's interesting, Councillor Pengelly, you say that we could have done better. Well, if you think you could have done better, why didn't you? Why have you produced no budget? You've had a year to produce a budget, the same as we could. You made 2 proposals for amendments, and that is it. So really, quite frankly, all I'm going to say is it's extremely easy to criticise those that do when you do nothing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Sorry, Councillor Pengelly. Is Councillor Pengelly, I'm speaking.
nothing as councillors is wrong. I've done 100. You said we do nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Pengelly, your point is not a point of order, it's a point of clarification, and it has ended, the conversation has ended. Councillor Macaulay-Nicholl.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to agree with Councillor Harrison on, it seems quite clear that at large, you seem to largely support this budget. But I also want to re-emphasise the impact the new national insurance increases, alongside the revoked HS2 money, it would have had on North Northamptonshire. This was a political decision made by the Labour government, where they chose to choose their union mates over pensioners, farmers and local people. It was your government, Labour's choices, and because of that, it could have a huge negative impact on North Northamptonshire, and I think everyone around should know that. But thankfully, this Conservative administration, with smart and well-planned fiscal management, has been able to ensure that we have full support for our frontline services. It's another year and another balanced budget.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholl. And the last speaker before Councillor Bundy will wrap up is Councillor Wendy Bruck. Oh, we just had somebody else creep in, so Councillor Riley before Councillor Brackenbury, please. And could you please stand up?
Is it me?
It is you, if
yeah.
you are Councillor Riley.
Yeah. Afternoon, everybody. Some great debate going on here, so I'll just quickly, I thought I'd join it. Sorry, sir. Today I stand before you to address the matter of great concern and the budget proposed by our Tory friends across the water there. In doing so, I hope to shed light on the numerous failings that have plagued our local governance and the impact on the lives it has on our constituents and the stifling growth it's had on the local community. As we review the financial allocation of the upcoming year, it's essential to reflect on the past and recognise the consequences of this Conservative Council and its government. For too long, we have witnessed a pattern of prioritising short-term gains, as we see, over long-term stability. The Council's approach to budgeting has not only been reactive, but also demonstrated a lack of foresight and planning, as my colleagues have suggested here. First and foremost, we cannot ignore the drastic cuts to essential services in our communities. Under the Tory regime, we have seen libraries closed, we've seen council and customer services offices shut down, and the support for vulnerable populations drastically reduced. This council has chosen to neglect the very foundations that bind our community together, all in the name of balancing a budget. We must ask ourselves at what cost? Moreover, the council has failed to invest in the infrastructure, the growth initiatives. Instead of focusing on revitalising our towns and creating jobs, we have seen a stagnant economy and decline in public amenities, and attacking the Labour government at every opportunity, which has absolutely nothing to do with this budget. Let's look back to the last 14 years of austerity. The administration seemed more interested in passing the buck than laying the groundwork for a thriving future. Surprise, surprise. In the absence of open dialogue with the community, members of the council pursued decisions that not only reflect the needs, that do not reflect the needs and the people that they serve. Public consultations, when they occur, great, but they're more like a formality. People are not listened to. There's no engagement. People tell you what they want, and you go ahead and do something else. The impact of these failings has been felt right across our community. Families are struggling to make ends meet due to the rising costs, while services they rely on are being stripped away. Our children deserve better.
30
We've got
seconds
overcrowded
left.
classrooms, outdated resources, and the elderly deserve a compassionate support system that is being dismantled. I do not support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Councillor Riley and Councillor Lynn Buckingham.
Thank you. Just want to say one little thing, and that is, don't forget that we've added £6 million a year for the next 50 years on the money that was bankrupted from Northamptonshire. £6 million a year on our council tax. Not rubbish.
Thank you, Councillor Buckingham. And the seconder of the budget is Councillor Bendy Brackenbury, and you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Bundy for his comprehensive presentation this morning. We've heard a lot of words this morning, some highlighting the good work of the Council, others clearly mischief-making. However, the important thing to note is that this Council, for 5 years, has protected services, and I think that's worth emphasising, protected services across North Hants, while producing a balanced budget supporting what our corporate plan wants to deliver. I welcome the investments being made, and the innovation taking place across the Council. The pressures will continue, and I do have concerns about the unintended consequences following the government's budget, not least the increase in national insurance, employers' national insurance, which will have a negative impact on businesses and public services across North Hants. I'd like to applaud the work of directorates across the Council in achieving this balanced budget, despite the pressures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. And the last word now goes to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Chair. There's lots been said. I will try to address some of the issues. First of all, let's go back to our public speaker and talking about the MRP allocation. The allocation is not £6 million a year. It is £1.5 million that we have actually accounted for over the last 4 years. So that money is already there, and that money is being used to support our services. So also there was criticism of consultation. This budget was out for consultation for 6 weeks. And I would say that, you know, where are we talking to our residents? Well, there's 78 councillors in this room, 78 people who represent their residents. So surely they should be. And I must admit, just take a look at the report. Very few have actually contributed towards the consultation, which is woeful. If we're representing our people, we should be contributing to that, because we should be telling this council what our residents are saying, and we're not doing that. As far as resurfacing roads, I'd like to know how many roads we could resurface with £3 million, and what do we do with all the potholes on all the other roads in the meantime. I proposed a balanced budget in excess of £827 million. And sadly, the only amendments that could be put forward was an unbudgeted £340,000. In January, and let's go back to a bit of history, in January 2024, the opposition government were actually given access to both civil servants and Treasury, so that they knew exactly what was going to happen. So that was there. That's a fact. In fact, if you don't believe me, it's in The Guardian, so it must be true. Keir Starmer said in June, the money is there, it has been allocated, and we are committed to the rebuild of Kettering General Hospital. So what happened between June and July? Criticism for no vision. I tell you what, I was criticised for the way I've presented budgets in the past, and people on this side said that I was boring and suggested they suggested that they should bring pillows in, bless them. So I was a little bit disappointed that I'm now told I've presented a boring budget. I'll have to go back to the drawing board for what I do next year. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was suggested pom-poms and all sorts of other things.
Time is almost up.
Okay, we hold healthy reserves. The 6% general fund reserves is just a very, very small part of all the reserves that we've had. We haven't cut anything. We haven't reduced services. Criticisms without solutions, I'm sorry, as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't hold water. But what I would say, and the one thing that sticks in my mind, is Councillor Hakewill and saying that he won't support this budget. From day one, you know, I go back years, and the one thing that I can remember from the very first budget that I presented was Councillor Hakewill saying, I sincerely hope this authority fails. So I wouldn't expect anything different from him. So with that, Chair, I am proud to propose this budget. I think it's a good budget, and the officers can't speak for themselves. I am just a spokesperson. There's been a lot of time going in, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart for their efforts over the last year and years been in the past.
Thank you
Chair.
very much, Councillor Bundy. With that, we will now move to the vote on the substantive motion. Please use your electronic devices, and it will be a recorded vote in accordance with the statute.
The vote has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining.
Councillor Hanson, I think you pressed the wrong button again.
The vote has now ended. The results are as follows: 32 for, 12 against, 1 abstention.
Where is Philip Irvin? He's not present. Oh, yes, sorry. So that vote shows that it is carried and our recommendation is approved. It is my belief that the individual voting will be published with the report. So with that, we have a natural break. We have had a discussion for over 2 hours so far. Before we move on to the next item, I'm proposing, it is now 12:10, that we reconvene for lunch for 1 hour, and we will be here promptly at 1:10 when I will start the meeting, whether you're here or not. Thank you. so we can commence or recommence our meeting, please. And I thank you all for your patience earlier. It is a lengthy meeting, and I hope you had your appropriate refreshments and are raring to go for another session. So, what is the bet? Can we do it in 45 minutes? Okay, that would be absolutely wonderful. So, agenda item 9, the capital program. Agenda item 8, I was going through fast, wishing it all away. The Housing Revenue Account Draft Budget 2025-2026 and Medium-Term Financial Plan Proposals. May I see Councillor Lloyd Bundy, please, to move the report. I think everybody needed to hear that. We need fireworks and pom-poms.
Thank you, Chair. The Housing Revenue Account is a separate ring-fenced account within the Council for the income and expenditure associated with its housing stock. The HRA does not directly impact on the Council's wider general fund budget or on the levels of council tax. Income to the HRA is primarily received through the rents and other charges paid by tenants and leaseholders. Members will no doubt notice that we are no longer operating two neighboured accounts, but have moved to consolidating the two accounts into a single housing revenue account. The 25-26 budget and medium-term plan shows a balanced position of the HRA and will support the development of the 30-year business plan that will be informed by the housing strategy that is currently being consulted upon. The Housing Revenue Account report sets out the rent increases for 25-26 as agreed by the Tenant Advisory Panel of 2.7% as outlined in the autumn statement. The scrutiny process for the draft HRA budget proposals was undertaken by the Corporate Scrutiny Committee at the meeting on the 17th of January. The summary of comments made are set out in Appendix D. As of the 1st of April 2024, Northants owned 8,081 tenanted and 950 leasehold properties, as shown in Table 1 at 4.2. This is expected to realise an income in excess of £41 million. The Chief Finance Officer reviews the level of reserves required to support the Housing Revenue Account on an annual basis as part of their risk assessment of the HRA budget, as shown in Appendix C. And the Executive Director of Finance and Performance has assessed the minimum level of balance, taking all known risks into account, and has aligned the retained minimum level of reserves to 5% of the total budget, as recommended by SIPFA. Therefore, the minimum balance will be amended from £1.45 million to £2.1 million for the HRA. There are some significant changes to the rights to buy principles as outlined in 4.12 and 4.13, which will enable the Council to invest more into properties through utilising the right to buy receipts and will help to reduce the erosion of the existing housing stock as reflected in the HRA capital programme of £54.9 million. Any additional acquisitions and new build programmes will increase the number of housing stock in the Housing Revenue Account. The draft budget for 25-26 is £42.765 million and is set out in Appendix A, rising to £47.269 million over the period covered by the medium-term financial plan, which is set out in Appendix B. And with that, Chair, I am happy to propose this budget to Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bundy. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Rowley?
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second this report and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. With that, I open it for debate. We have no other amendments, and the first one on the debate is Councillor Jim Hakewell.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot of people have said, well, I wasn't going to speak. For the avoidance of doubt, I'm always going to speak. I wanted to make a particular point because the portfolio holder and the leader smiling at me there now make the issue that when I or other colleagues get up and talk about this budget, that we are some way inferring negativity towards our professional officer team. And that really hacks me off, or hakes me off, because we're not. The budget here, revenue, capital, whichever it is set by the Conservative group on this council via their leader and their executive. So any inference of comment on this budget, and I'm about to do so on the housing revenue, is never, ever in my whole career an attack on any officer. And to get up and say, oh, you're making an attack on the officers because we're attacking this budget, is totally disingenuous, totally. And I quite often talk to officers after these meetings and say, absolutely not. I'm not criticising the professional team. The professional team are in public service through their profession. We are in public service through getting elected. So let's just stop trying to swing it, because what it is trying to do is to avoid the responsibility that it is the politicians sitting here that are making these decisions and guiding. So, one of the things on the housing revenue account, and I brought this up at the executive, which is as ever pointless, but anyway, I did bring it up. In my ward in particular, we have rural homes, that's obvious, outside of Rothwell and some in Rothwell, which have ancient boilers, oil boilers, which are failing on a regular basis. And that has left on almost every year some resident, elderly, and I note the leader is always talking about looking after the vulnerable and those people in the community that find it hard to look after themselves, leaving them without hot water, leaving them without heating. We do go in with some electric heaters, and we do give them, I think, £6 a day. This revenue account should be generating into the capital account the ability to replace those with air source, whatever it happens to be. Because there is nothing more basic to life other than food than being warm and comfortable in your home, particularly when you've served a lifetime of serving others in various ways. So let me just reiterate, we need to look after those vulnerable people. And secondly, I never, ever criticise an officer, and I will not accept, and I'll get a point of order with you, Chairman, if any of these councillors decide to try and swing the responsibility away from their decision as to if I'm criticising officers. I think they are great. They always have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hakewill, for your personal explanations relating to that item. The next one on the list is Councillor Keane.
Thank you. We need to be doing what we can to grow our housing stock. Growing waiting lists on keyways and 60 homes being lost to the right to buy and a growing population mean year after year we are facing a challenge. I'm glad the government now lets us keep 100% of right to buy receipts, but we are selling these houses at a discount and can't replace like for like. We also need to be working hard to reduce the void numbers, and I can see improvements, but we need to remember that empty homes don't produce rents. We also need to make sure our repairs are being addressed. I've noticed residents waiting a long time for some basic repairs. I want the council to be more proactive in this. At the end of the day, these are our assets. If we let them fall into disrepair, it's not fair on our residents who have to live there. It creates costs down the line when we do need major repairs and can increase the turnaround time for a void. We have underspends in this department. We need to utilise this to our stock and maintain the stock that we already have. We have an amendment on the capital programme that I hope you will support that will add to the housing stock. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keane. The next speaker is Councillor Paul Marks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to thank the relevant people, obviously I won't name because they'll get embarrassed and bashful, for the new houses that are being built on the site of the derelict church in my ward. It was an eyesore, and I'm very glad that those houses are being built there, particularly as they're specialist adapted houses for people in particular need, and therefore will not be sold. So just that. And as for voids, I think everyone on the Housing Improvement Board, whatever party they're in, agrees that there are two things there: the speed the work is done, and also the quality of the work. And I think we're all in agreement on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. The next one is Councillor Martin Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I recently joined the Housing Board, and I was very keen, and I had lots of questions to ask about voids, about boilers, about delivering safe homes, about tackling antisocial behaviour, about how we can help young people get on the housing ladder. And I was absolutely amazed, but also delighted that all of these things are being fully looked into and fully progressed. And I have to say, the professionalism of our staff in housing is an absolute credit to this council. I see Councillor Marks nodding. It's a pity that the chairman doesn't come to full council meetings, because he could have heard this, and the meeting went extremely well. Councillor Paul Marks, by the way, seems to be on practically everything and works extremely hard. But I just wanted to say, I mentioned earlier that, you know, we've got over 8,000 tenants. We need to do the very best for them. But all of the things that I was concerned about, and all the things that are raised with me by people in both our housing and also housing association properties, are being addressed. We've got a brilliant team. We've also got brilliant housing associations locally, and they work very closely together. So a bit like Jim, and we didn't speak about this, but I wanted to praise our officers up in this particular area, and I hope that I've been able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. That's very kind. The next speaker is Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you. I welcome the opportunity to speak. I also echo the sentiments of Councillor Hakewill in we're not talking about the officers. However, there is a big underspend on the HRA and has been for several years. And there are no amendments because just want you to get the bits right, the basics right, the repairs right. You know, I'm still getting reams and reams of repairs issues that keep coming back year after year. And we just want to get it right. So spend those things on the thermal envelope, on getting rid of mould and damp, on fixing fences and whatever. Don't be underspending. This is investment in our stock, so get the basics right, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckingham. Next speaker is Councillor Bill Colquhoun, please.
Thank you, Chair. Pretty much just iterate what my colleague, Councillor Buckingham, has mentioned there. There's quite a very considerable underspend on the HRA, and so much that needs done to the properties. It would seem to be common sense and good sense to use the money and fix up the properties. It seems pretty straightforward to me, actually. Most of us own a home. We know that we have to maintain our property. If we don't maintain our property, spend money on it from time to time, then it will go downhill. It will lose value, etc. And it'll be a less desirable place to stay. Councillor Griffiths mentions the Housing Improvement Board, which I'm also a member of. And I think it's a marvellous thing because it's not only looking at rents and quality of housing, it's going beyond that and looking at how bad housing or insufficient housing impacts on people's mental health, how it damages children, etc., etc. It is a great move forward, Councillor Griffiths. But this underspend could help us greatly if we stop saving it up. We've got to speculate to accumulate, as a man says. And money must be spent on our stock. A great example of it is what happened last year in Corby at Wollongong House, a sheltered scheme, where we, as the councillors, Councillor Lynn Buckingham, Mark Pengelly and myself, had complained numerous times, many times, and we've complained to members' inquiries, and we get fed up with that and decided we'd complain to somewhere that we could get an answer from. And we complained, and one of the complaints was there was a leak coming from a ceiling. It was ignored, and at one point, and we have the photographs, a wheelie bin was put under the leak. I should sort that. In the middle of the night, about 1 o'clock in the morning, the tank burst and everyone had to be evacuated. Now, again, I can't praise the officers, David Watts particularly, enough for managing to evacuate elderly and vulnerable people in such an in such a quick space and have them all back in a bed before dawn. But anyway, that's a different story. Wollongong was so unavoidable. If our complaints had been looked at and noted, and whoever is responsible had said, right, we really need to fix this, then we wouldn't have that. Go to Councillor Hakewell's issue about
Councillor Colquhoun, can you wrap up because you're well over your 3 minutes?
Yes, sure. Old oil-fired boilers, they're going to break. They're also not very friendly. Okay, sorry, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Dorothy Maxwell.
I would like to speak about the fact we don't have council houses over in East Northants, but we do have applications which are going through to ensure that big applications are there, and that one in Prospect Avenue, which is being built at the present moment, will enable young people to part buy and part rent. This application, these houses will go up, not brick by brick, but they're going to be self-built. And I think what I'm trying to say is that we are doing our best. When a council house, which is in Ketcham or Corby, breaks down, we do give heaters to the people to make sure they're warm. When that is sorted out, they keep the heaters because we don't take them back, and we make sure that they then can keep them in case in future they feel a bit cold. However, I think clearly we are spending a lot of money. We would like more money to spend, particularly to actually build houses for service personnel. And that is something that I would like to push forward. I would like to have more houses for service personnel. But, of course, like everything, it does cost money. And heat source pumps, if you actually read in the paper last week, they are too expensive, not only to put in, but to run. And that is something that we should not be doing at the expense of having the gas boilers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure if Councillor Maxwell was complaining or celebrating that they don't have council houses. Council houses is extremely important for people within Northamptonshire, North Northamptonshire. And long may we continue to have council houses and build on that, in my humble opinion. But, Chair, I sometimes wish that we had common sense. We contract a lot of our boilers out to private contractors, don't we? And I was in an older lady's house just the other day helping, and she says, my water's not hot enough, I can't get a bath. I said,
show me the boiler. And somebody had put it on eco, the last person to fix it, put it on eco. The water surely wasn't hot enough. And it was just a matter of pressing a button. But she'd phoned out the contractors. And I'm thinking, phone them back, you don't need them now, please. But it's common sense. I don't think we leave enough information if somebody's moving into a house about the boiler that's there. And let's be honest, a lot of our council houses, the boilers in Kettering and Corby, they're away past the sell-by date. You know, that underspend should be getting a bigger programme to replace the boilers for some of our residents. And maybe we should be thinking about that in the next budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to raise a quick point. I don't think it's probably wise that elected members are going into people's houses looking at their boilers. Gas-safe engineers do a lot of experience training, and I think we just need to be very careful on that, because that sets a very dangerous precedent. If something goes wrong in that house and that boiler blows up because it's not working correctly, best intentions, I know, Councillor McGee. However, it's very dangerous, and we shouldn't be entering people's houses to help them with their boilers.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Sorry, what is your point?
Clarification, Chair, about it's not dangerous just to press a button and take it off eco and put it on something that makes the water hotter. But what we do have to do is educate people and stop contractors going out for unnecessary things, and that's about educating people.
I think it is the apportionment of responsibility when there's a repair, and it could easily end on or be moved to the person entering a property and giving that advice, like with anything. I must say, before I hand it back to the seconder of the report, I was very privileged as chairman to actually attend the opening of 19 properties on Cottingham Road in Corby for our armed forces and ex-armed forces personnel. And we did enter a house that was very kindly opened by the new residents, to show us what wonderful accommodation it was. I have had very close links, because my late ex-husband was a serving officer in the British Army for many years, and I know how important it is to resettle our armed forces into normal life. And I'm very grateful, because a deputy lieutenant who was the admiral of, I can't remember, a retired officer, actually attended that as well, and we both opened it together. So I think it has been a wonderful thing for North Northamptonshire Council to do, and to provide our ex-forces and our forces personnel with appropriate accommodation. The next one is now to wrap up is Mark Rowley, please, as the seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to pick up on a few points that have been made. Councillor Keane mentioned about voids and repairs. Well, there's an extra £911,000 in the budget for repairs for the next year to push that forward. Voids, we always need voids. We've got to have voids to get the circulation of new people coming into the council houses. It is the time that's taken to bring a void back into life and getting rent that's the important factor, and that at the moment is running way below the target, so we're doing very well on that, I think. Houses on Stamford Road, Councillor Marks, thank you very much. I'm very proud that that's gone forward from Kettering Borough days, when I think I sat on the housing planning committee for that one. The Housing Board, great to hear that it's doing a good job, and I look forward to my next briefing from Councillor North. The repairs backlog, the backlog of in-year maintenance will be completed by the end of this year, and then we've got 911,000, as I've already said, moving forward for next year to improve that service and make it so that we haven't got backlogs. The council houses, Councillor McGee, fully agree, we need council houses. They are, for some of our residents, they're the last stop. They're the cheapest of the rented housing, and we've got to keep that, in my opinion. And that's all I'd like to say, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rowley. And then it's back to Councillor Bundy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Rowley has summed most things up. Can I just say that there is a contribution to the capital programme from the HRA of £8.5 million, and that is for our Decent Homes project. and that is for replacing boilers, heating and major repairs. And yes, underspends are difficult, and we constantly are looking at that and trying to address why there are underspends for various reasons, but I think we are alive to it. But with that, Chair, I'm happy to propose the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bundy. With that, I have no other speakers, obviously, and we move it to the vote. Your electronic devices will show in a moment your options, and
The vote has now commenced.
thank you.
There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote has now ended. The results are as follows: 34 for, 7 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you. With that, the vote is carried. And we turn to agenda item 9, the Capital Programme 2025 to 2029. May I please see Councillor Bundy again? And you have 25 minutes.
I promise you, Chair, I won't be using 25 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Smithers. The Council is a major investor in vital community infrastructure in North Northamptonshire. This investment is set out within the Council's capital programme. This report is important in that it sets out the capital programme for 25-26 and the indicative medium-term financial plan for North Northamptonshire Council as shown in appendices B and C, which looks to invest £208.5 million over the next 4 years, consisting of a general fund programme of £153.6 million and a HRA programme of £54.6 million. The medium-term capital programme seeks to support the realisation of this Council's vision and corporate objectives in delivering a brighter, better future for our residents in North Northamptonshire. It will always take account of stewardship, value for money, prudence, sustainability and affordability. New capital investment will only be permitted if it contributes to the achievement of the Council's corporate priorities. This will ensure that investment made target those areas of greatest need and impact in our local communities. It assumes various sources of funding that includes capital receipts, grants, together with the support from external and internal borrowing, which is at the discretion of the Council for essential capital expenditure. Focusing on projects such as disabled adaptations, school improvements and extensions, and various property and environmental projects supporting vulnerable children through greater care accommodation, together with significant investment in the highways infrastructure network over and above the Integrated Transport Grant funding. The budget also sees significant investment into the new housing stock and improving decent homes standard for all tenants through the HRA. The development pool also holds projects that are indicative of future investment and would be subject to completing a satisfactory business case prior to executive approval and inclusion within the formal programme. New investments, including movement from the development pool, have been put forward as part of the revised main programme for 25-26 and the approval by Council, for approval by Council, as shown in paragraph 5.7. As part of the budget process, the capital strategy at Appendix A has been reviewed, together with the capital approval process, which has now been aligned, resulting in the proposed changes to the consultation, which is at Appendix E. And with that, Chair, I'm happy to propose this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Is there a seconder? Could I see Councillor Bill McElhinney, please?
Yes, I would like to second the motion, reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. I have Councillor Jim Hagwell as the first speaker, please. And you have 3 minutes. I do apologise. There's an amendment, sorry. Of course there is. So we have Councillor Anneli to move the Labour amendment to this report, please. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stay here now. Our first proposal, we've got 2 amendments. Our first proposal is a proposal really because it's with existing money, no new money, transforming a disused town centre building into residential flats. Now, we have been advised by officers, and we respect what the officers tell us, that we must keep the building's identity under wraps due to commercial sensitivity. The plan is to invest 4 to 5 million to achieve 22 affordable housing units from this vacant space. This move will save us from shelling out for empty property insurance and security, not to mention slashing maintenance costs. With an anticipated rental income of 110,000 per year, it is clear turning this disused building into sought-after residences is the way forward. This isn't an amendment, but a savvy shuffle of existing funds. Our current budget earmarks 18 million for new residential builds. See page 409, it's 18 million there. And it's split evenly between right-to-buy proceeds and borrowing. If you find this proposal hard to stomach, please be aware of it that we are poised to spend 1.5 million demolishing our own properties in Saunders Close, Kettering, the Lawrence factory in Desborough, and another 1.5 million repairing Linear House, another property of ours. That's 3 million in total. Let us channel some of the funds into breathing new life into old structures, providing homes and revitalizing our urban landscape. Too much money is spent on expensive temporary accommodation. Borrowing to build homes is not waste, it's investment. Instead of wasting public money on costly temporary housing, we'll create stable, affordable homes that generate income for the council. I hope I can count on your support. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the first one, whoops. And the second proposal, I'm sorry, is because I'm supposed to present them on block. Sorry, it won't be long. The second proposal is purchasing 2 modern pothole repair machines. Our roads are currently in a terrible state. We've already gone over that several times. Enter the modern pothole repair machine, a technological marvel that can mend a dangerous hole in a swift 8 minutes. West Northants has already embraced this innovation. It's time we followed suit. Now, maybe we already have some, but another 2 would make our situation even better. With each machine costing between 168,000 and 200,000, we can tap into the 3.28 million allocated by the Labour government to Northants Council, specifically for road repairs. And I believe the leader asked how much road can we, another councillor asked how much can we actually resurface with £3 million. Well, a lot if you buy these machines. This investment will turbocharge our repair efforts, cut down on vehicle damage claims, and save our residents from expensive tyre and wheel repairs. Plus, with dimmed street lights reducing visibility on our streets, these machines are the necessary tools we need to keep cyclists, e-scooter riders and drivers safe from potholes. I urge our new portfolio holder for highways to see the light and for this council to agree to this proposal. In conclusion, these initiatives aren't mere line items on the ledger. They're bold steps toward a vibrant, efficient and livable community. Let's turn our plans into action and our challenges into opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Yes, I will happily second and reserve the right. Thank you.
With that, we can open it. And the first one to speak is Councillor Mark Rowley. on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Going off the first proposal for the town centre building to be converted to flats, by the own workings out on the paper, that will result in a £1.5 million loss to the council over the 25 years of that. So it's not financially viable. So I can't support that section, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. I have Councillor Hakewill.
Thank you, Chairman. Picking up on the second item, I assume we're going to record a vote on each individually? Yeah, in that way. Just one particular point. I appreciate that the portfolio holder didn't take 25 minutes. Much appreciated. But as the introduction to these reports are clearly pre-written, could we save time by having them printed in the agenda and taken as read, rather than being read from laptops on the afternoon, should I say? Because they are all clearly pre-written, it would be much easier to then have them taken as read. In terms of the pothole machines, I've watched in the West where they have invested in this. Earlier on, we were told there was no service detriment to the people and residents of Northamptonshire by this budget. So I can only assume that the portfolio holder who made that point now comes by helicopter. Because if anyone travels the roads around Northamptonshire, they are in the worst possible state of all time. No one here can look anyone in the eye and say that our roads are better than they have been in the past. And that is previous government, potentially this government, failing to subsidise the road highways network. I remember on one occasion I wanted to write a letter some years ago to the Highways Minister, Department for the Transport. And it took a long time, Councillor Riley, remember? Took a long time, but we actually got to the point of we were going to write a letter, but we left the meeting going on long enough that others woke up and voted against it. But certainly everybody that we represent, all 360,000, go on a bus, drive a car, go on a bike, and there was an incident just recently up on the Eyes Lodge where a young child was off their bike because they were hitting potholes. It does make sense to use some innovation, and we all talk about transformation, don't we? And I'm not sure if anyone actually has the same definition of transformation, but this would be a transformation to actually do something different to that which we've done in the past. My route here, I can't use the road that I've always used to come through by Brampton Ash in Councillor Howes' ward. If you go down that, it's possibly the worst road in the county. You can't pass because there are ruts and so on. Equally, on the Rothwell-Desborough bypass just recently, the road broke up. We went in and did our patching job, and it's now breaking up again within 2 or 3 days of that actually happening. So the lack of investment in our roads inevitably means that people will not want to invest in us. They'd rather go to places in the country where the roads are decent.
You've got 6 seconds left.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Councillor Hakewill. The next one is Councillor Macaulay-Nicholl, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Hakewill, I don't disagree with you. The roads we use do impact almost every facet of our lives, and it's a very personal thing to everybody, because regardless if you're on public transport, using your own vehicle, riding a bike, it does affect everybody. And I do appreciate the proposal to have a new pothole repair machine. In principle, I don't disagree with the idea, but this is exactly what this budget already proposes. We are currently already trialling a new pothole repair method, which is used in the West as well. I think it's the one you're referring to. And it's actually designed to provide more long-lasting repairs that should last much longer, and as you state, not break very quickly. But just this week, alongside Keir, I actually visited several key sites in the Corby area. This includes RS Components Roundabout, Phoenix Parkway to Steel Road, as well as Rockingham Hill. And one of the things that we did was we added these sites to the list of considerations where we can potentially have this new trial be conducted. And this will hopefully future-proof our roads for many years to come. But I also understand that we need to aim for a more long-term method. Instead of repeatedly digging up roads and returning months later, this new machinery that we're trialling will actually aim to have more long-term, existing and durable repairs. But ultimately, residents want to see the roads fixed properly, repairs lasting longer, and a more proactive approach that prevents potholes from becoming dangerous in the first place. And that's exactly what this budget is already doing. So if you agree with me, then I hope that you too support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholl. The next speaker is Councillor Bundy. I've got you, but if you speak... Oh, sorry, that's on the amendment. Yes, of course, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things. As far as changing, converting things into accommodation, the new build in our accounts. You do realise that he's going to skew all our voting from now on. The new build that's in our accounts, it doesn't actually state how we're going to use that money. So basically, what you're suggesting is potentially already covered, Councillor Lee. As far as new equipment goes, what I would say is we've got to be careful. Interest rates potentially aren't going to go down much further. They might even go up. And that just means that things don't become affordable. And the other thing, your comment about Linear House. Linear House is actually a warehouse in Derbyshire. And it's a warehouse in Derbyshire that actually brings an income into this council of over £1 million rental.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you. So, on a couple of things, Councillor Rownley did say that, this would possibly cost 1.5 million. This is going to be a building that will have change of use in terms of there isn't enough office space. There is too much office space. So the town centre is already moving a lot of their office space into accommodation. So there's a cost of not doing something. So if you're going to have a building that's going to be unused for a number of years because they can't let that building for office space, that will cost a lot more than 1.5 million. So it's about over a lifetime of business accommodation and ensuring that you get an income back from it rather than just paying out for something that's not being used. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckingham. Councillor John McGee, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just like the last debate on boilers, there's always a reason why we shouldn't do something. These are common sense things that in the long term will help improve the lives of our residents here in North Northants. And I believe Councillor Rowley's been a bit short-sighted if he's saying it's going to cost too much, we won't get it back in 25 years. But we've got to get the housing list down somehow, haven't we? That is high and it's a long waiting list. And not everybody, especially nowadays, can afford to go into private housing. It's atrocious the amount that you need just for a deposit for our young people. So we have to do things. Don't look at why we shouldn't do things. Look at how we can do it. And these are positive suggestions. And it should be took forward and think, yes, we can do something like this. And I appreciate Councillor Nichols and spoke very well for his first day in that office. I don't know who wrote his speech, but you delivered it very, very well. Very well. Well done. But what I would say is, let's be positive. Let's take that on and add it to it so we can do more. Because that's what we want to do, innit? Because what you're suggesting in this budget will still take a long time to help get that list of potholes down. This is a way of getting it down quicker, and it's within that budget anyway. So you could take that on board. You could take these ideas on board and make a real difference. And you know, you're saying you're trying some roads out. Just at that roundabout there, Constable Road, I have to set up a public meeting with highways and all sorts because it's in a horrific state. Perhaps you can put that on your trial list. That'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Jason Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I can't support this amendment to the capital programme. Clearly, we look at what's being proposed, spending some money on a potholing machine, which is a capital, two pothole machines, absolutely, forgive me. But I don't see any funding for the staffing. I don't see how we're going to man these machines. All I see is buying a machine. What we're going to do with those, we're going to just buy and park them up. You've not really sort of put in there how we're going to fund that how we sweat that asset. And we've also got machines in Northamptonshire that are going around at the moment repairing roads. Someone alluded to them earlier, I can't remember. It was thermal potholing stuff that we do. But we have to think very cleverly about what we do with our finances. We need to sweat every asset that we've got. Now, I couldn't sanction something like this if we're not sweating the assets we currently have at the moment. Happy to look at new technology as well, because new technology is always coming through, and we need to be sure that we're ahead of that, but we need to make sure that we're doing our jobs properly. Also, regarding the building that you want to convert, you know, the asset rationalisation programme that's going on is having a holistic view of all of our buildings, and we are in plans of beginning to look at what we can do with some ex-office space that could be turned into residential. Again, what I ask you, Councillor Lee, if you have all these ideas, bring them to the relevant portfolio holder so they can get into the whole budget setting process rather than on the day on a bit of paper. Bring it to us so we can generally look at it, scrutinise it through the process that your able colleague down the end there, Councillor Buckingham, does so well. So let's try for next year, albeit I won't be here. However, let's try next year to get it into the fold so we don't have these arguments here in the council. We can look at it in a proactive way and we can come to a consensus of how we work together as an authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smithers. Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move on from what the leader has said and expand on some other issues. I'm speaking here as an engineer. When someone proposes to buy some expensive new equipment, my immediate reaction is, all right, first of all, what's the running cost? Who's going to run it? What's the mean time between failure? What is the warehouse mechanism that's going to maintain them? Where's the parts supply chain for them? Unless you've looked into all of that and actually have coherent, credible answers, it's very premature to rush in and spend money on something when you don't know that you can keep it in working order. So I'm very, very uncomfortable about something like that, just plucked out of thin air.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Councillor Keane, did you want to say anything before Councillor Lee is wrapping up?
Yes, thank you. This afternoon, you put council tax up by 4.99% for our residents, and you can't even agree to take drastic action to fix the roads that you expect our residents to drive on. As a councillor, some of the main issues residents raise with me is housing availability and roads, two areas where this council has a poor record. We want to make sure that we have growing housing. We want to make sure that we are investing in our housing stock. We have growing housing lists and a growing population that we need to be delivering the housing that we need for our residents. There has not been significant progress on building new homes, not nearly enough. We need to be more ambitious. I'm glad the government let us keep 100% of right to buy receipts, and this has led to us increasing in our housing stock, but that's because of the government. I welcome the housing strategy presented at last week's executive, but councillors, we need to think outside the box and take every opportunity we can to increase our housing stock. This is why we have identified a building that we can create 22 affordable flats. Labour will treat the housing as a priority and deliver the housing we need for our residents. You only have to look at social media groups to see that the state of our roads are a concern that affects every resident, commuter, visitor, everyone who drives through North Northamptonshire. Potholes and deteriorating road surfaces have become all too common sight, posing significant risks and safety, leading to costly vehicle damages. The Tories have maintained our roads for 20 years and they are literally crumbling. Prospect Avenue in Rushden, Rockingham Road and Seal Road in Corby, Eyes Lodge in Kettering, the A6 over Erflenborough, they're all in a very, very poor state. The current highways contract managed by Kier was awarded without proper scrutiny. This multi-million-pound contract raises serious questions about its efficiency and value for money. After widespread dissatisfaction with unaddressed potholes and poor road surfaces, we are rightly going to be calling for a scrutiny review of the contract. The Council's approach to managing our road has been further criticised for its lack of effective oversight. Reports indicate that the highways contractor has at times acted as both judge and jury in maintaining road standards. Even the leader called it out once. This has led into questions of accountability and transparency. We have an amendment to deal with the critical issue impacting the daily lives of our residents and commuters. The Labour government has pledged a substantial £1.6 billion investment to assist local councils in repairing roads and addressing potholes. I'm glad that North Northamptonshire Council is going to receive over £3 million in new funding. We want to get these potholes filled in and use this to buy 2 pothole pro machines. This machine streamlines the process of cutting, cropping and cleaning the damaged area, enabling a single operator to prepare a pothole repair in approximately 8 minutes, a significant improvement over traditional methods. It will fill in the many potholes that we have after 20 years of decline. We need to be making sure we have got cost-effective solutions for our taxpayers. After 20 years of neglect from the Tories, Labour will work tirelessly to fix our roads.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, do you want to wrap up, please?
Yes, please, Chair. Madam Chair. Councillor Rowley, so you say the housing needs to be self-financing. I don't think that's how council housing works. Councillor Bundy, you are talking about Linear House. I never claimed it was a residential property. I said we are spending £1.5 million on it, repairing it based on your own place and economy draft development pool that was shown to us. I'm just saying if we spend 3 million either demolishing or repairing properties, why can't we spend 4 million of the 18 million budget to create residential properties? Councillor Nicola, I feel sorry for you. You say we're already doing it, you're looking into it, but there seems to be opposition from your fellow councillors against using very effective machinery. Fortunately, you're young, you can see the benefit that new technology will bring. That's the problem with a vague budget. You can claim afterwards that, oh, we were already doing it. Well, it's not really spelled out in there. We are proposing to buy 2 of those machines because we believe in new technology. We believe that we really need to do something to improve repairs to the roads. And those are our proposals. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. With that, somebody mentioned earlier on that you wish to have a recorded vote. In that case, you need to have 7 people to request that. Okay, and that is only for the amendment. Okay. We now shall move to the vote of the Labour Group amendments only. That is for both amendments, the conversion of a large town centre building to residential flats at an estimated cost of about 4 to 5 million. Sorry?
Partly?
It would have been kind if you'd mentioned that before. I had verified and I was assured that it was en bloc, but I have no problem in separating it. You need a seconder to that. Thank you. So we'll take that individually. The item 1 of the Labour Group amendment, the conversion of a large town centre building to residential flats at approximately 4 to 5 million estimated cost. And the electronic voting system will come up on your system in a moment.
The first vote has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining. The first vote has now ended. The results were as follows: 30 against, 11 for, 0 abstentions.
Thank you. The motion is lost. We turn to the second item, which is the purchase of 2 advanced pothole repair machines at £168,000 each, plus 30 per repair, £30 per repair, utilising 3.28 million government pothole repair grant. It is again going to come up in front of you in a second.
The second vote has now commenced. There are 10 seconds remaining. The second vote has now ended. The results are as follows: 29 against, 11 for, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Therefore, that amendment is lost. And we therefore move back to the substantive report. And for any councillor who wishes to speak on the substantive report, you have 3 minutes for your contribution. And please register to speak. The first one I've got here is Councillor Martin Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It probably doesn't surprise many of you with what I said earlier, that I wish to speak on this, especially with regard to highways, and I've kept my powder dry on the previous item. Equipment is only as good as the operators that use it. You know, we all claim to have the worst roads in the county. You know, Jim has given examples, and I've got a few. But you've only actually got to go 100 yards down the road to this roundabout just here. It's in a deplorable state. And one thing I would make sure, if I was involved with the leadership of this council, was to put your own house in order and at least make sure the roads in the immediate vicinity of this council chamber are in good condition. A little bit further afield, have any of you driven into Northampton, our county town, recently via the Kettering Road? It is absolutely deplorable. This isn't a problem that only we are suffering with. I'm really encouraged by some of the issues that our new cabinet member has picked up on. Within hours of taking his role, he picked up on a problem that has been inconveniencing my residents for many years, and that is with regard to Station Road between the Urchester Ward and Elsbarton itself. It's beyond patching, trust me. It needs major investment, and you know that, Madam Chairman, as well. But I am encouraged by that, and that's why I couldn't support the previous well-meaning amendment. But I'm happy to go along with this because we are making progress. We do need to make more progress on highways, and maybe we should look to work with our immediate neighbours to come up with a solution. You know my thoughts on Kia, but I think there is a solution to be had. I'd rather us not have a mayoral authority with our neighbours, but I'm happy for us to work on highways because they've all got the same issues. It just needs some joined-up thinking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Griffith. The next speaker is Councillor Jim Hakewill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Page 407, line 13. The capital programme can have no credibility given the political farce that is the council's handling of the 1.3 million budget to build on Rothwell's green space. I understand that the number of unauthorised encampments has dropped significantly, for which this budget is in place. By a phone call from the portfolio holder, Councillor Howes, to the Town Council, was informed that an alternative site, a more economic one, had been identified. Indeed, 2 local councillors took to social media to praise the fact that the green space was to be saved. That there would be an agenda item on January's executive, which was in the forward plan. There wasn't an agenda item. There wasn't anything at the executive in January. The other site was, and I was told, I was not allowed to know. And indeed, if I put a freedom of information in, it would not be responded to. How many other elements of the capital programme are as unsafe as this item? I'm calling for an external inquiry into the whole saga of this green space traveller stopping site and to whether we are achieving best value in our capital programme for this particular item. And I think that should be done within our constitution and national legislation. Best value. Best value is what scuppered the county council, remember? Is there still £800,000 in this capital budget to build a greenhouse at Chester Farm? That is still in there, is it? Certainly it was ridiculous when I first saw that. £800,000 on a greenhouse when we've got resolutions and motions here. Page 409, heating upgrades, line 4, £550,000 each year for the next 4 years. I didn't understand, and I still don't understand, how you can have the same amount year after year when, in effect, inflation eats away. So that £550,000 for heating upgrades that we've all talked about, boilers and heating for our residents, becomes less and less every year. It either is a meaningful budget or it is not. And of course, Councillor Mercer, Andy, will understand that at the end of those budgets all end in a 0. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hakewill. Councillor Paul Marks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to speak in support of the purchase of the children's homes in the capital account. These are not vast Dickensian structures. These are family-orientated size children's homes. And the great advantage of what we're doing, or what we're doing in conjunction with the Children's Trust, because as everyone here knows, we have to work with them by national decision, is that if we give the money to private providers, as the Children's Trust have done in the past, the private provider gets to keep the asset. Whereas if we provide it ourselves, as we are now doing, we get to keep the asset. So rather than spending millions of pounds for someone else to own it and keep it, now we will own it and keep it. And this is an important change and something that scrutiny and audit has been urging for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this capital budget. We've got so many things have been picked up. Now, the debate has focused very much on highways, and I understand completely. Of course, it's a high-profile area, and we're all engaged in it. But when you look at the actual meat of the report itself, when you look at the funding that's been allocated for bus service improvement plan, for flood alleviation, which I know has badly affected some residents in Northamptonshire recently. When you look at the money that's being spent on decarbonisation of our own estate, again, credit to Councillor Harrison here and the good work that was done by her predecessor, Councillor Pentland. When you actually look at the development pool of projects that we're trying to bring forward, it's really important to have a well-populated development pool, because sometimes you do get funding pots that open up quite quickly, and they usually have deadlines that need to be fulfilled. So to have projects which are shovel-ready and to go is really important. So it's again a capital programme which does reflect the diversity of everything we're trying to do as a council, and I do commend it to us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. The next one is Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I feel I have to respond to Councillor Hakewell's comments. If you've got a budget item that says housing improvements and £200,000, it's quite believable, because it means you're putting £200,000 in and you're going to spend a series of bits of it until you reach the limit and then you stop. That's quite credible to have two noughts at the end. When you say you're going to buy one item, going out to the market, and you're going to buy it and it's going to come to a round number of 200,000, that isn't. That was my point. You cannot say that you're going to let a contract and it will come to exactly 200,000 before you start. When you're spending little bits, you can spend up to 200,000, that's credible, but one lump isn't.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. The next one is Councillor Scott Edwards, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I support this. You'll have a look in there and you'll see the investment in our schools, the investment in our early years, the investment in our SEND provision, the investment in children's homes, the investment in children in care. It's all within this report, and it is vital that we do this. Now, Councillor Keane, you came to Executive last week and you had concerns, and quite rightly concerns, about placements in schools. This is all in with this report, so I'm hoping you're going to support this and vote for this, because it does alleviate your concerns. I welcome this. I welcome the investment in our children. Our children are our future, and that was a song by the late Whitney Houston, but absolutely, treat them well and they will lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Helen Howell, please.
Is he going to go burst into song? Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. I also welcome this capital report, because what it does is highlight the investments that we as a council are making, not only in our schools, our houses, our roads, but also our leisure provision. So we've got here leisure and tourism projects. We've got the Greenway at Washbrook Road. We've got Priors Hall Golf Course that we're investing in Corby. We've got Swanspool Tennis Courts. And as for the greenhouse, as Councillor Hakewell calls it, Madam Chairman, that's an historical building that we applied for funding for to renovate, to be part of the learning project that goes on at the Chester House estate. The funding was never received, so it is not in the capital report. And it amazes me. It sounds very much to me that Councillor Hakewell is not at all keen in investing in our heritage assets by the sound of this, which surprises me, considering we are spending an awful lot of money in Kettering on the library and gallery, and also all of the sports equipment we've got going on in there, such as the athletics track and also the tennis court. So we're doing an awful lot of funding there, but I can assure Councillor Hakewell that the greenhouse, as he suggests, is not in this investment plan. But I really do hope that we do get some extra funding to allow us to improve all of our heritage assets. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before I hand over to Councillor Jason Smithers to speak, I must fully echo Chester House Estate. It is a jewel in our crown, and it's the most wonderful place to actually go and visit, and especially with the weather hopefully improving now, let's all go and have a look at it. There is so much to do, and if you're able to visit the ARC, the Archaeological Resource Centre, it's just an absolute amazing place. So, Councillor Smithers, please.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, look, what an ambitious capital programme this is. I'm not going to go over it all, because many of my colleagues and even some of the colleagues across here have also gone into what's being invested into. But, you know, look at children's homes, look at it all, look at everything that we're investing in as an authority. That's got to be praised. It's got to be the right thing for you guys over there to vote for with us, because if you don't vote for it, you are voting that we do not spend that money on our most vulnerable individuals within our area, our roads, which, well, we do know that you took £149 million national government back from us for the HS2 funding that they cancelled. But We will continue to repair those roads, we'll continue to build, we will continue to offer school services, we will invest heavily. This capital programme highlights all of that. So please, drop the politics and vote with us on this for the people of North Northamptonshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smithers. I have no other councillors registered, so I'll pass back to Councillor McElhinney if you wish to add any comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm quite sort of pleased to second this. I think it's prudent, which is a good thing if you're an accountant. Yeah, it's Councillor Smithers says it's very impactful. It's good for tenants, it's good for road users, where the flooding occurs, where it doesn't occur, and the odd pothole that we have in the county. It's good for schools, it's good for children with SEND provision. Overall, I fully recommend it's passed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I take it back to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Chair. Most of what I was going to say has been said. Councillor Howells mentioned the greenhouse. Councillor Smithers has mentioned the 149 million pounds has been taken back. So 149 million pounds been taken back, and we're given 3 million pounds. It really is a very, very small sticking plaster. The other thing I'd say is I seem to recall that Councillor Hakewill has called for several external inquiries. Can I just point out, external inquiries, as is asking for freedom of information inquiries, which I don't think any councillor should. You should be actually asking the officers and asking the members. They cost money. They're expensive things. Please think twice before you're asking something in that capacity when you can ask it in a different way. I wouldn't be finance portfolio holder if I didn't actually remind members affordability, sustainability, stewardship, prudence and value for money. And they have always got to be the principles underpinning everything that we spend and borrow. Interest rates will inevitably impact upon all our investments, whether it be our housing stock or whether it be our equipment. And I think we've got to be alive to that, and I think we've got to be aware of that. And that is why I'm hoping and praying that something happens, some miracle happens, and our interest rates keep on going down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. And with that, we shall now move to the vote of the substantive motion. Please, can you use your electronic devices? Sorry, can we all participate in the discussion? Councillor Buckingham and Councillor Buckingham, can we all contribute into this conversation? I think it's time that we temper it. Thank you. We are moving to the vote on the substantive motion. Please could the electronic vote now be conducted?
The vote has commenced.
Thank you.
There are 10 seconds remaining. The vote has now ended. The results are as follows: 29 for, 10 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you. With that, the budget item is carried. And we turn our attention to any urgent items. I do not have any urgent items that have been notified to me other than on the 9th of March at the Castle Theatre at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, which is a Sunday, is the final concert headlined by Rock Choir. I believe they're attending with about 165 performers at the Castle Theatre in chunks, because I don't believe they can get 165 onto the stage. We also have once again the Tresham musical students perform, And one of the students is Catherine, and Catherine will once again do the opening song. All tickets are £15 a piece, as they were here a couple of weeks ago at the Core, which I believe was a very successful concert. And our own Kelly Watts sang in there, and it was lovely. And you even had a piece of a solo where you talked about it, and it was very impressive because Deep Root Tall Trees choir had typically Corby related songs in there, and it was brilliant. And I think one of my favorite ones was The Clock. It was really brilliant. But coming back, Castle Theatre, 9th of March, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tickets directly on the Castle Theatre website, £15. There are tickets available. And I still have 4 tickets available for the dinner the following Thursday, which is on the Thursday the 13th of March at 7 for 7:30 on the grounds of Tresham College in Corby, and it is my chairman's dinner at the Manor House, and the aspiring chefs of the Tresham Tresham College are going to cook for us. I can tell you the menu is absolutely fabulous. If anybody is still interested in a ticket, they are £30 a piece. They are black tie, and it should be a really good night. It is limited to 44 people, and I just very much look forward to it. So if anybody knows of anybody, or if you would like to attend, please let me know as soon as possible so we can sell off all the tickets. Every bit of profit will once again go to Teamwork Trust. And as I mentioned earlier on, just in cash, in raffles and so on, separately to any money we made with the concert at the Core, we've got about £900 already. I'm trying to push for £4,000 in total. I know there's a substantial sum that has arisen from the Core Theatre concert, and we so much want a laser cutter for the Teamwork Trust to interchange between the things. So highly irregular to put this as an urgent item, but for me it is very urgent. So thank you very much everybody for your contributions. It is greatly appreciated. We are never all of the same opinion, not at the same time anyway. So have a safe journey home.